Paul Casey.
He's having a great round today. Just a great round.
This will really fire him up playing with Mickelson.
He has 190 into this flagstick.
He's tied for the lead with Thomas Levet and will have a chance to snap that tie pin high at 18.
Back at 15, Thomas Levet, the long birdie opportunity.
A lot of ground to cover here. Usually what we're all thinking about is speed, which he needed a little bit more of.
So not what he wanted left to save par at 15. Levet tied for the lead along with Paul Casey, who actually got on his countrymen a little bit for not being more competitive. The younger generation for not being hungrier and going after it. And you had Paul Lawrie from Scotland, who won the Open back in '99, the last European, and before that it was Faldo in the early '90s. And a lot of people over here on this side of the Atlantic wondering why they haven't won more.
Good look at the tee at 17, the demanding par 3, playing 215 today, and Colin Montgomery carrying the hopes of his countrymen here and a 5-iron.
He's playing as short as you usually will see the 17th. Play here no matter where the hole is cut. You just want to be in the middle of the green like that. Well played.
And you see, even then, if you land it short, it's gonna run for a while. That's actually been a rare sight. Somebody playing their second from the green at 17 today. On the 12th, Roderick Harrington,
the Irishman, working under the tutelage of Sam Torrance's dad, Bob Torrance.
At 15, Matt Goggin for birdie. At 3 under so far. Knew it right away, Hal.
Yes, he did. You know, every time we can get a 15-footer or less here, we're always happy to have that opportunity.
And out of the 18th, and Mickelson. It's been a common sight today. Close, but not enough. And that's going to be, I mean, if you're Phil, Bobby, you walk off with that kind of a round, you're not in red numbers.
No, he's going to be very disappointed with that, Ernie. Shooting over par and 73 opening round. This was a day to score. Early in the morning, winds are not up that high.
Yeah, you see the clubhouse and the path. The path right in front is actually out of bounds. It's not far from the back of the green at number 18.
Yeah, it's only about 3 yards back there, and there's a little, some 30-degree pitch up that slope. So really, even a shot that runs over the green isn't going to go out of bounds. You really have to hit it well over the green to hit it out of bounds, or left.
It is, in fact, where Greg Norman picked up in the playoff when Mark Calcavecchia won. He had all kind of bunker trouble and eventually wound up on the path in front of the clubhouse. And Mark Calcavecchia was the Open champion of '89. Shigeki Maruyama, and that is a way to finish your day.
That was center cut all the way.
And Thomas Levet at 15, this to save par. Saw the birdie putt just a moment ago, come up well short.
You notice he's cross-handed here, and that's kind of a block putting style. A lot of guys have gone to that. It was prior to the belly putter.
Important save.
And now Paul Casey at 18 to go to 5 under and grab the lead outright.
This wind has been hot today, too. His putter will just break a little from his left to right.
Wow, just like that, Laura. What a first day, Bobby, for Paul Casey at 5 under, a 66.
Got a very promising career, young Paul, 26 years of age. Works with Peter Costas.
And now you saw Kenny Perry at number 1. Pull that out and this at number 2.
Kenny's a very powerful player. Gets the club upright and loaded very early. And this is a brilliant shot. He likes to work the ball a little right to left.
And as I said earlier, he was asked, do you expect to be a factor here? He said, no, you have to have too much local knowledge. But a good start.
Oh, that's tough
for the Kentuckian.
Yeah.
He's playing possum. Paul Casey leading by 1 with a 66 at Royal Troon. As we continue, better than 7 hours of coverage here on this opening day of the Open Championship. Another 7+ on Friday, beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. So you wake up, grab your coffee and your cornflakes and settle in. Let the caller ID handle all those calls coming in. If you have to go to work, go ahead. When you come back, we will be here. It's an all-day proposition here on TNT. Terry Gannon, Hal Sutton with us, Billy Kratzer, Laura Ball, Billy Ray Brown on the course, Jim Huber handling the interviews, and Bobby Clampett here in the tower with me. Par 5, 16th. Again, Matthew Goggin now just 2 back. Paul Casey has the lead at 5 under.
Goggin from Australia, has been playing the regular tour. No wins yet on the PGA Tour. 2 wins on the Nationwide Tour. That's what got him out there to begin with. But a good, solid ball striker.
At the par 3 17th, Frank Licklider playing with Colin Montgomery and Thomas Bjorn. And this for birdie. Now, much was made of this pairing, too, because Colin Montgomery and Thomas Bjorn have a little bit of a history, especially dating back to Bangkok in January, and apparently Monty making a little noise walking over a bridge while Thomas was trying to chip. And so a lot of folks here looking forward to what might happen as they toured.
I think they resolved that okay, though.
I think so, too. Tiger Woods coming up about 40 minutes from now. Day 1 on TNT. Little local flavor here in Ayrshire. At Royal Troon, where the story here on day 1, Paul Casey with a 66, safely in the clubhouse. Thomas Levet playing number 16 is a stroke back. Some low numbers. Solid scores being put up on day 1 by those who went off early. Now Kenny Perry. That's a pretty good start.
Wow. I was going to say, if he kept up the start of the head on the first hole, he's going to shoot
I can't do
36
that
under on the first round.
Now Colin Montgomery for birdie at 17. And as he walked to the 17th, you could feel, because this is right near our tower here at 18, you could feel the place reverberating. He has got so much support here at his home course. And
well, he's a real hero. He's 7-time European Order of Merit champion. And playing on his home course.
We look at the par 4 10th. Kenneth Ferry's third shot. A lot of trouble at this 10th hole, Hal.
Yes, there is. Just earlier, we watched Jimmy Green from up in the, whatever that is, rough. rough.
Blind tee shot, then the uphill, normally against the wind, approach to a long, with a long second shot, and now just shy of those bushes and the gorse. Ferry.
10th hole is a great hole. It's a blind tee shot. Guys are uncomfortable from the beginning off the tee. Ben Hogan once said that if you can't see it, you can't hit it.
Very true. So Ferry 3 under, 2 back, and will have that left to save par and remain at 3 under here on day 1.
There's Paul Casey's name atop the leaderboard at Royal Troon, the 133rd Open Championship. Par here is 71, so he cards a 66. And if you're asking how the heck did he do that, then take a look at these highlights. At the Postage Stamp, the 8th hole, par 3, 122, where we saw Ernie Els ace earlier today. He stares this one down.
7 birdies, 2 bogeys in his round today. That's just a solid start. Very powerful player.
Went out in 34.
Look at this drive he hit at 11. This hole, 490 yards.
Blind tee shot. And that for his second.
That could have been anything more than just a short iron at the most.
And this for birdie.
Well, a hot putter never hurts.
That put him at 4 under. And at number 16, par 5.
He did bogey the 12th hole. And here, picks up a birdie at the 16th.
And then to finish at number 18. Left to right, in the heart. And a 66. So Paul Casey atop the leaderboard with a lot of golf to be played here on day 1 at Royal Troon. And there you see the proximity of the first tee to the beach in the Firth of Clyde. And
you tee off now over these wild rose bushes. It's quite an opening tee shot.
I like what you said about standing on that first tee, though, as we talked about being able to look out there over the water and you're on the beach and the kind of the calming influence of before you begin your day's work.
Yeah, well, even for the experienced veterans like Jay Haas.
This is team number 35. On the tee from South Africa, Retief Goosen.
There's just a different feel of coming over here and playing in this championship that is unmatched by any other tournament in the world. When you have an opportunity to feel the butterflies, even for the experienced veterans like Retief Goosen and Jay Haas, just looking over the Air Bay and the Firth of Clyde is a very reflective time.
With the U.S. Open champion on the tee at 1.
Just trying to avoid the bunkers down the left-hand side at 255.
No, I like the play. I was really surprised seeing Darren Clark going with the driver earlier.
Bobby, there's not much room to fit that ball in.
Oh, no. Look out.
On the tee from Australia,
The voice you heard was Billy Ray Brown. We'll hear more from him later. Right now, to Jim Huber with our leader. Jim.
Well, Casey, I guess there's 2 questions in one. Did you figure there was a 66 in you and a 66 in this course today?
I don't know about today. We figured it, if perfect conditions, there was a possible 64. If talking with Peter Costas about it. Today, I mean, I just want to get off to a solid start and allow myself to make a few birdies and you know, get comfortable with playing in an Open Championship at Troon, and I did that nicely. And the 66 is better than expected, I guess.
That's a very comfortable start.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Much has been made in the media here over the last 2 months, basically, about the long, dark British summer. Sport over here has taken a beating. How much pressure do you feel as an Englishman, as a Brit, to play well here, to represent these people?
I tend to feel the pressure I put on myself as an athlete. I mean, I set myself very high goals, and probably feel the pressure from that, and not performing up to my capabilities, my potential. And I really don't. I mean, I know they're crying out for another major winner, and I desperately think we can produce one, hopefully very soon. But yeah, I don't feel the pressure from the crowd upon me this week, or for that matter, any week really. I'm just, if I can produce something like a round of golf like today and hopefully a memorable Open Championship this week, then that's just I'll satisfy myself, and if that satisfies the crowd as well, that's a bonus.
Well, if there isn't pressure, do you feel a certain pick-me-up? I mean, do you feel their spirit lifting you?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of I said the English have made the journey today up to Scotland, and there's a few of them out there supporting me. Sure, they're a great support. I love playing golf in back in a sort of sort of home courses like this. I mean, this is as close to home as I'm going to get for an Open Championship, obviously, apart from Royal St George's, close to London. This is always home. I won my first ever professional event in Scotland, so I feel like I am warmly welcomed here, and that certainly backs me up coming down the last few holes there.
Great play. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Ernie.
Tied for 6th at the Masters, has the lead here at the Open Championship, and here Thomas Levet for birdie at 16 and a share of the lead. But sole possession will remain Paul Casey's. After his 66 here today in round 1, Levet lurking just a stroke back. It's day 1, and our coverage continues next. A warm welcome for the local hero, Colin Montgomery, at 18, as he plays his 3rd.
Little bump and run. I think he's kind of used to that, Ernie.
He's been around here a time or two. He couldn't even estimate how many times he's played the course. Hundreds upon hundreds, he said.
On the tee at number 4, Darren Clark, who has lost about 45 pounds in the last 7 or 8 months, and has talked, Hal, about his timing being much different because of that.
Well, I know a little bit about that myself. As I've gained a little weight, it's harder to negotiate a few extra pounds.
Is it harder to change your timing when you gain or lose? That's the question.
Well, I'm still looking on the part to lose.
You look at 18, the clubhouse there.
Thomas Bjorn at number 18, and we all remember what happened last year at Royal St George's, and then he was bearing his soul last week about the demons of
the 16th hole in the final round, paving the way for Ben Curtis.
He walked off the course at the European Open, said the fairways looked tiny, the greens looked like holes, and he was just kind of a mess. Played pretty well last weekend at the Scottish Open, had a couple of good first 2 rounds, and paired here with Colin Montgomery today and Frank Licklider. Colin Montgomery with a par putt to put a 69 on the card on day 1. And you tell me, Bobby, big difference between 69 and 70 right here?
I think there's a psychological difference. It's anytime you can break 70, you just feel like you've accomplished something in a major championship. 70, well, it's kind of ho-hum.
Never a doubt.
He looks very focused to me, Ernie.
He'd gone 69-68 at the Scottish last week. Was speaking very confidently, and then put a 76 on the board, which was the highest in the field, and said he just hoped to come back in the 4th round with something in the 60s and feel good coming in here. He shot 67 on Sunday. He shoots 69 today in the 1st round, and now Thomas Levet at 17 for a share of the lead. Look out. Just like that. He's been at the top of the leaderboard earlier in the day, gave it back, and now is back on top with Casey with 1 to play. Now at the par 5 6th.
John Daly had the iron into this par 5, played left to the green, pitched back over the bunker long, as you would expect, and so pretty routine par, disappointing par.
Vijay Singh among those yet to tee off. And among those prominently mentioned as a factor here, playing with David Toms and Ian Spencer, an alternate in the field. We'll be back. Back here at Royal Troon on TNT, and John Daly has made his way to the tee at number 8. Postage Stamp.
Oh, how about that little punch shot? He's got the shots, you know, Ernie. You talk about his length, but he's got a lot of creativity, a lot of shots around the greens. He can play in the wind.
And at the finishing hole, Thomas Levet with the chance to take the lead outright. Tied with Paul Casey at 5 under.
Terry mentioned a moment ago about how Jean-Francois Remzi won the tournament, French Open, just 2 weeks ago. And he and Thomas are very good friends. And it's been a long time since 2 Frenchmen have been winning tournaments on the European Tour at the same time.
He will tap that in for 66 in round 1. And a share of the Open Championship lead with Paul Casey, 5 under.
Wonderful round of golf. Or shall we say, bien joué?
No, you should say what you said before. To 17 now.
Sergio, what a tough day. That'll make something a wonderful birdie. And that was a lift of the putter as if finally made one.
So Sergio at 4 over.
A little sarcasm there.
And a beautiful look just to the right of the first tee. And there will be a following for this group today. It's Tiger Woods and Greg Norman and Lee Westwood will be playing together today. Bill Kratzert will be walking with that group.
You know, Billy talked about how an important day and how fired up Greg Norman's going to be. I think Tiger Woods is going to be equally fired up to play with Greg.
Play well, gentlemen, all the best. Mr. Tiger, let you go. This is game number 38 on the tee from USA, Tiger Woods.
Number 1 for 257 weeks in a row.
And he is all business right now. He's picking up the tee, not even looking. He knows it's right in the middle. Well,
Catches a piece of rough there on the right side.
On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
Beats the first tee shot from last year at Royal St. George's, which they were looking for hours, it seemed.
Went on to make triple bogey there.
Now Lee Westwood.
And the play here is just down the right center of the fairway with the iron, because you can get a left kick and a hard left kick and find those fairway bunkers. Lee's been working with David Ledbetter, reshaping his golf swing. Used to work with Butch Harmon, as Billy Kratzert said. Uh-oh, there's that bunker we were talking about.
On the tee from Australia, Greg Norman.
Twice a British Open champion. And the fire still there.
Only a 6th tournament of the year in the States. 2 in the European Tour. And his best finish all year is a 68th place finish, so shows you he's probably the worst he's ever played in the history of his career right now.
Meanwhile, ahead at 3, Retief Goosen, who was in the same bunker off the tee at 1 that we just saw Westwood go into. This is the 3rd shot here at the par 4.
He showed us at the U.S. Open that he's got all the talent in the world to hit these kind of shots.
Oh. And can roll it in from anywhere.
He can. He's got a great short game.
So Goosen, the current U.S. Open champion, with a lengthy par putt, though, at 3 to save par there. Casey and Levet, your co-leaders.
Back here at Royal Troon, and the 3rd shot of Tiger Woods at the 1st.
A couple different options here, Billy.
Well, there are, Bobby, but he's going to get it on the surface as quickly as possible.
Want to get it over that first rise.
Actually looking for that to go back to the right at the end and didn't do it.
I misread.
And at the finishing hole, you saw Sergio Garcia birdie the 17th, and now a long distance look at number 18. And whoa.
He was thinking about it.
A good look at the 1st. And Greg Norman.
And he has a putt of just outside 25 feet, and the first half a little bit uphill, but then once it gets over just this little knoll, then it goes downhill.
Nothing wrong with that stroke.
He will tap that in for his 4th the 1st. Meantime, let's check in with Laura Ball. Laura?
Hi, I'm with the 206 group of Vijay Singh, who, you know, with this course demanding such patience, will he have the patience with his putter today? David Toms, who just got in on Wednesday, does he know enough about the golf course to really, you know, know where to hit it and know where to bail out? And then we have a wonderful story with Ian Spencer, the British player that got in as an alternate, who has resumed his career after a 6-year hiatus. So it's an exciting group, and the afternoon should be just great. The weather, you know, here is just, you just never know. So we're looking forward to a great afternoon. Back up to you, Ernie.
Thank you very much, Laura. And the par putt now for Lee Westwood at the 1st.
A little bit of nerves, Bobby.
I don't think there's a question about it, but he's starting to ride a little confidence now. Finished 2nd a couple weeks ago. European Open Championship.
Well, he finished 10th last week.
Yep.
Pairing might have something to do with it, although he plays well with Tiger.
Yeah. In fact, a few years ago over here, took Tiger on head-to-head. Not so much is talked about the Tiger factor. Is it gone? Is it still there? I don't think there's ever a question when you're the #1 player in the world. There's always a factor about playing with the #1 player in the world, and certainly one who's won 8 major championships in 7 years. There's always going to be some kind of a factor there. Is it what it was a few years ago? No.
In some regards, he's still a factor because everybody asks every other player out here about him.
Well, you know he's going to be there on Sunday, Ernie. There's no doubt about it.
Well, at this Open Championship, everybody's got an opinion about something, from what's the latest with Tiger? Well, how's the weather going to be? And how about this one? Who do you like this week here at Royal Troon?
Who's going to win the Open? Oh. I think it could be anybody's game, to be perfectly honest. I think old Ernie could well be in there. He's a force always to be reckoned with.
I think Ernie also won this week.
It's going to be Ernie.
Thomas Levet
is going to have a historic double and win the Scottish Open and the British Open.
Anyone who can smile and don't lose their temper, I like.
B. Retief Goosen.
Probably Vijay Singh or Mickelson.
Maybe Mr. Woods, if we can keep it on the fairway.
I would like to see Tiger win it again, because I think he's just a great pride pillar and he's good for the kids.
Oh, I think Mickelson's got a good chance. The one local person would be Patrick Harrington from Dublin.
I think it's wide open. I think there are a number of players in there. I'd like to see Mickelson doing well in American. I've a wee feeling for Garcia.
Montgomery. I want Sergio Garcia to win.
Yeah, I'll go for Sergio Garcia as well.
They're actually the wrong people. Not golfers. Not golfer at all.
Who's going to argue with those guys? Here is Sergio, who was picked by a few of those fans in there. 4 over for the day. And that's to finish with a 75 on day 1.
Tied for 90 seconds.
66 has the lead. We'll be back. Three-time winner on the PGA Tour this year, Vijay Singh, being introduced here at Royal Troon to start his day.
One of the favourites. Although one or two of the favourites have put themselves a little bit, well, if not behind the 8 ball, alongside it in their first round. And those that started early this morning really must have thought Christmas had come early. There wasn't a breath of wind. Much more difficult now. Be interesting to see how Vijay tackles it. Going boldly with the driver. Got to hit it straight. Straight hitting never was a bad thing to do.
Certainly a different school of thought than others we've seen off the first tee here. But when you can do that...
On the tee from USA, David Toms.
That's a great start for Vijay.
That's huge.
David Toms on the tee.
Wind is coming at them, if you imagine a clock face, from about 2 o'clock. It was completely the opposite direction yesterday. And this is a much longer hole than it was this morning. Oh, he's okay.
Several of the players here were grateful that there was a change in the breeze during the practice rounds just to get a feel for how it will play when it does shift. And back at the second, here's Tiger with a healthy look at birdie. And right that one down, Tiger into red numbers at number 2.
It's always a bonus when you hold a putt of that length. Up to the 8th. The fabled 8th and Aaron Baddeley.
You got to love this hole, Peter.
Well, it's a quirky one. It's only tiny. It's perhaps not as wicked as that 17th hole at Sawgrass for the Players' Championship, but that really is. If you miss the green, you've had it. You might escape here.
Here you can just go into a coffin there to the left.
Sort of thing, yeah. 13, I think, is the highest score recorded here in an Open. Ooh.
There is that very coffin of which we spoke. That's what they call it. And now Darren Clark with a birdie look.
6th hole. Yep. When Clark's putting well, he's a danger anywhere. He's very aggressive on the greens, drills the ball at the hole.
At the second, we've already seen Tiger birdie from long range, and now Greg Norman with a good look.
Always edging left. Chance missed. was a wayward drive. A birdie would have perhaps been a little generous. But an opportunity missed.
Now the former Masters champion Mike Weir. Depending on the wind here, we saw players when this was playing 116 the other day in a practice round, punching 7 irons down there, and we saw Ernie Els with a wedge ace it earlier today.
It was a lovely shot. Strange shot, the way it spun and jumped back in. I played this hole with a 3-iron. Not a full one, I might have a sort of punchy one, but I was lucky to get to the front of the green.
What is it about this course that's special to you, Peter? Out of all those in the Rota?
I think it's just on a nice day. You've got the Isle of Arran across the bay, and it's got some good holes on it.
We're choking down. And we'll have a look at a bird at number 8.
It's not a spectacular golf course in many ways. The Turnberry's more spectacular with the waves coming in. Although you can see the sea away in the distance, you're really not on top of it. Back to Tiger.
On the tee at 3 with a seaside look. In the fairway at the 3rd.
Didn't look very happy with that, but it's safe enough.
Time now for the Best Buy Authority Report, and what better authority than the gentleman sitting next to me, Peter Allis. 23-time winner, 8-time Ryder Cupper, and been with the BBC for a long time, and you covered this last week, the Scottish Open, and Thomas Levet on fire.
He played good golf for up to the last 9 holes. Good, he was going to get a good check, and suddenly he started holing everything, and he came home in 29. That was for 29, and no one else could go by him. There was 1 spot left to get into the championship. He claimed that as well. And of course, you mustn't forget he nearly won the championship at Muirfield when Ernie Els won a few years ago.
Yeah, back in 2002. And talk about the qualifying process and the international final qualifying in Africa and Asia and Europe and the United States, where you saw Skip Kendall has been on the leaderboard today at Congressional. And so these were some of the notable qualifiers, and Colin Montgomery in a playoff, Peter, to get here to play on his home course.
Yes, I think the R&A and sometimes the USJ get criticised for what they do, but I think they always do things with the best intentions, and trying to be democratic. They give people the opportunity of qualifying. Years ago, you all had to come to the venue and play, and then the leading players went on. So you played those that got through 6 rounds in the space of 4 or 5 days then.
And you see some of those who unable to qualify for this 133rd.
Big names there.
And you talk about the qualification too. I was interested back in '62 when Arnold Palmer won here, and even as the defending champion at Birkdale in '61 had to qualify in a 36-hole qualifier.
That's right. Here. And then go on and play 4 rounds of the championship. Then 36 holes on the final day. You didn't have to carry your own clubs, so that was a bonus. A good shot there from Vijay.
Now Kenny Perry at the 7th.
Dead-eye Dick.
You said it.
He's making a mockery of things, isn't he?
Yes. The Kentuckian just a stroke back. And now Retief Goosen.
Ooh, missed one.
You talk about your missed opportunities here and there was another.
He's a very good player. I've watched him for a number of years. He used to be a bit suspect on the greens, but somewhere or other he's got a technique and a thought that he usually putts very well now.
Boy, there was nothing suspect at the U.S. Open in that final round, that's for sure. Now Tiger off of the birdie at 2.
Steady. Oh, misjudged. That's a misjudgment. Probably due to the wind, change of conditions, thoughts from the practice round. That's a total misjudgment.
Has that kind of a look, certainly, as he confers with Stevie Williams and Aaron Badley.
Came out of the bunker not too well, had to go sideways. So that's a shot dropped.
Now, Paul Casey and Thomas Levet are safely home, 66. Look at Kenny Perry. What a start. One back. We'll be back.
Back to the postage stamp. Weir. For a 2. Just turned too late.
Step back to the 7th. And Darren Clark. Just the range you love to get the 2 under.
6 inches nearer would be even better.
He's 3 behind the leaders.
Highlights in the hair seem to be the order of the day now, don't they?
And
call it fashion, you know.
As a matter of fact, Retief Goosen was talking about him the other day and his 300-pound pair of trousers. That's a lot to pay. And he said, they're so ugly you can't even think about it. Here's Vijay.
That was a weak effort from Vijay at the first hole. Don't know what he was thinking about there. Not like him at all.
Now at the 3rd, and Tiger with his 3rd.
Pretty straightforward little chip shot from just over the green. I tried to squeeze back to its left at the end.
He does have a magical touch. For most departments of the game, around the green though, out of bunkers and chipping and a magician.
Tiger was asked exactly how this golf course plays here at Royal Troon. It all depends on the conditions.
It's so much dependent on the wind and how strong it's blowing. If you get a wind that blows only 10 miles an hour, the golf course is difficult, but it's really not that difficult. But if it blows 30 miles an hour, all of a sudden, most of the guys are going to be shooting over par and be happy they shot over par. So it presents a different challenge.
Tiger 1 under, looking at a par putt at number 3 to stay right there. Meantime, back at the postage stamp. And it's all about wind and etc. here.
And it's also the demons in your own brain when you go to swing. The target looks so small, and you only need to tug it or push it a little bit, and you're in trouble. You don't often get a day like this. I mean, that's a beautiful shot, straightforward shot with a short iron. I mean, you should be able to hit it straight and onto the green, but when the wind's howling across, as Tiger was saying there, it's very, very tricky.
Let's see what Kenny Perry has in store. And Willie Fernie had said many years ago, before the 23 Open Championship, as Perry puts it tight, that it was not only the postage stamp, but possibly the pocket handkerchief and many unprintable names it's been given. Good reason for Kenny to smile. He's got it going here on the front side. Back to the 3rd and Lee Westwood. Talk about an early big par putt. Because now he is 2 over.
See, that's not a good start at all. And you've had Garcia's put in a high score today, 75. Thomas Bjorn, 75. A lot of quite big numbers.
Now, at the postage stamp, Adam Scott.
He's 1 over. Oops. There's a lot of talented young players around, but they lack consistency for some reason. They'll win a tournament and they disappear for 4 or 5 weeks.
That's the bunker. Yeah, that's the bunker that Tiger tripled out of. Tiger, meantime, did tap in for his par at 3. More coverage after this. And at the fourth tee, Tiger at 1 under. 560-yard par 5.
Used to try to keep it up that right-hand side if possible. Going right. Well right.
Up in there. Well, it's a par 5 if you'd be able to get it out and up the fairway. I don't think you'll get on the green from there.
How about Gary Evans with a double eagle there today?
Yeah, with about 50 people on the course watching.
And apparently none with a camera.
Heron, making it look easy. You don't hear of many albatrosses, do you? Twos on par 5s. Not so many. Now, old Vijay in trouble.
Kind of a rocky start for Vijay here.
That evens it up.
I'll say it does. Sorry about that rocky comment there, Vijay. He had left a putt short earlier, and that was nice. Kenny Perry, moments ago, for a share of the lead at 5 under as he birdies the 8th.
Terrific scoring from Westwood in trouble.
Well, I think he's going to be able to move this down the fairway at least 200 yards. Well, this came out really hot. Maybe a little over 200, Peter. I mean, that's well down there.
Well down indeed.
And between those bunkers, they're guarding the 4th green on the par 5.
Michael Campbell at the 6th. This for an eagle. He played well last week. Had a very good chance of winning at Loch Lomond. Just had one stumble, and Levet was through.
Yeah, he put a 63 up there on Saturday before Levet did the same thing on Sunday. We look down the fairway at Royal Troon. Darren Clark also birdied the 8th. They are having their way at the Postage Stamp under these conditions today. 3-way tie for the lead at 5 under. Casey and Levet are in the clubhouse. Kenny Perry making his way to number 9 at 5 under. Back at the 4th, and there's Tiger with his 2nd.
A little bit of an awkward stance, but the grass going with him towards the green. No, he caught this quite nicely. Boy, if it'll pitch just a little left and miss that bunker.
No, he's in there. So Tiger looking at his 3rd from the bunker at the par 5, 4th. A 3-way tie for the lead here on TNT. Consider that a video postcard courtesy of TNT. Round 1 of the Open Championship from Royal Troon. Sound of aircraft overhead from the nearby Prestwick Airport.
There they go. I still marvel how they get up there, and more than that, stay up there.
I marvel, and then I'm thankful.
Absolutely.
Back here at the 4th now.
Westwood did very well to get it this far. 2 over. He needs something to happen. He's deciding on the putter.
Well, actually, I think that's a pretty good play, trying to get it back to this back shelf, Peter. All about pace and judgment.
Good speed.
The par 5, 6th. An eagle attempt now for Robert Allenby. That gets you going right away. From +1 to -1. And 4 off the pace. And now, Tiger.
Got to be careful.
You can see he's really dug in just underneath the face of the bunker and has to get it up quickly and carry it quite a long ways.
Excellent.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Lucky.
So he will have that look at a birdie. Tiger at 1 under, and here's Darren Clark.
Second shot, 9th.
Hang on.
That's down.
That's going to be tricky.
Well, the bank not shaved, so the ball doesn't run off. It tends to hold up on the bank. 3 birdies in a row. That's helped the cause.
Get all you can on that front side. When you to make that turn, 10 and 11 are daunting blind tee shots to begin the backside.
Interesting rhythm. Kenny takes the club back very deliberately. A little bit like Jay House. A similar sort of rhythm. It's a little slower than Jay.
Now, Greg Norman with an eagle try at the 4th.
Really hit a good shot out of the left-hand rough, Ernie, 4-iron to this point. Has a putt that's going to cut across that ridge.
Yeah, good pace again. Norman getting close to 50, still looks very lean and fit.
He'll have that for his birdie as they chase Kenny Perry, Paul Casey, and Thomas Levet, sharing the first round lead. You know, on the 25th of January, 1759, the famous Scottish poet Robert Burns was born in this tiny house. Although he only spent 7 years in the cottage, perhaps the beginnings of his poetic talents began to nourish along the banks of the nearby River Troon. You might offer a thanks to Rabbi, as the Scots call him, when you toast the new year, for Robert Burns wrote the most famous poem, Auld Lang Syne. Here's to you, Rabbi.
He was a bit of a character, you know. He didn't live to be very old, but he packed in an awful lot. A lot of young maidens got to know Rabbi Burns over the years.
That wasn't on the card.
He was some guy, I tell you. Wow. You get some idea of the slope on this green. Up and over the top for Tiger.
No, he knew.
Only a par. Well, okay. Always disappointing for Tiger, particularly when he doesn't birdie or better the par 5s. Again, the wayward tee shot was at fault.
Here's a news flash for you, Peter.
Yeah, the amateur champ, Stuart Wilson. From the ranks of the amateurs, 4 under. But now you start getting nervous and a bit afraid, and you start working out what you're going to say in the press conference when you break the course record by 5 shots. And you come in, you're lucky to break 80. It's the 8th. Oh, yeah.
He had talked about how he looked forward to this group with Mark O'Meara. And Michael Campbell, who's been playing well lately, thought it was going to be good for him. And obviously it has been.
Well, if the green's clear, he's taking an awful lot of time to get the sight and feel of this shot. The wind will be across. This needs a good, straight shot. Find the green.
which he does. So when we look at the way the Postage Stamp has played today, under these conditions, and you've certainly seen it much, much, much worse than this with the wind really blowing, but 68 on the green, 10 have found the coffin, which is what they call that bunker to the left, none in the back right, as you would expect with where the pin is, and 16 in that bunker to the right. But it's been there for the taking today, and Ernie Els earlier today with an ace there at the Postage Stamp.
Well, it's just playing 122 yards or whatever it is today with virtually no wind. If you can't hit the green, you should really go look for another profession. Doesn't often happen here. It's more difficult now than it was a few hours ago. But still, it's not a frightener.
Just skip ahead to the 9th and the 3rd of Darren Clark.
Played it well.
This is game number 43 on the tee from USA, the defending champion, Ben Curtis.
Voice of Ivor Robson, who's been the official starter for so many years on the PGA Tour and at this championship. Never wears an overcoat, come hell or high water. Now, I wonder what's in store over the next few days for this young man. The defending champion. Not come here with a lot of form, but you never know. Scampers down the middle. That's a good drive.
From England, Nick Faldo.
Nick Faldo in that group. Masters champion 3 times. The Open Championship in 87, 90, 92. One of 23 major champions in the field. There had been 24, but David Duval withdrew late on Wednesday, citing a bad back.
Different strategy from Faldo, long iron, whereas Curtis hit his driver right down the middle. Dangerous. I think he's got away with it.
On the tee at number 5.
First of the short holes.
Oh, yeah. That's a 6-iron, and that's a good-looking shot right there.
Nice bounce and run forward.
That's a great play. At a green that can be tough to hold. And you'll see, as they practice, you'll see caddies spotting areas in front there where you can land it and run it up, and boy, that was exquisite. Let's go back just a bit to number 4, and this was Greg Norman's birdie putt moments ago.
Oh, that's extraordinary. That was just aimed at fully an inch and a half offline from such close range. Shows you what can happen.
So there have been a couple of missed opportunities for the Shark today through 4 as he stands on the tee at 5. 198 yards.
Going with a 5-iron. Just left of the flag, working left towards the bunker.
And in.
Could be costly. The bunkers here are very punishing. Proper bunkers, you might say.
Out of the 7th, and Retief Goosen to play his 3rd.
Awkward shot here, stuck on the bank. You wouldn't believe it could stay there, but it has.
You almost can't believe he can stay there now at that angle.
Well, you can see the angle the club face is open. He's just going to try and dab it down. He's, was he 4 or 5 feet above the green? Maybe a little bit more. Is he holding it? A mere bagatelle.
That left for his par. Stuart Wilson at the par 3/8. Could we have an amateur sharing the lead on day one? Not yet.
The idea was good with the line.
Now Kenny Perry for the outright lead.
Ninth green. No. And that's a tremendous 9.
He goes out in 31. Rich Beam did the same earlier this morning. Kenny Perry tied for the lead with Paul Casey and Thomas Levet. And back here with Greg Norman.
Yes, good effort. Awkward stance, couldn't really line it up as he would have wished, and that little shoulder at the top of the green there, just throwing the ball to the right.
Jay Haas, one of those guys better with age. And the tee at the Postage Stamp.
Got a very nice rhythm to his swing. Takes the club back perhaps a little bit quicker than Kenny Perry, but it's that sort of backswing, that sort of rhythm.
Stuart Wilson did make his par in the group ahead. It's a 9-iron from Jay Haas.
Yes, fine shot. Flag's in a receptive spot today, there's very little wind. And there's no excuse really for taking more than 3.
And next to play, Robert Allenby.
Also a 9-iron.
Get up. Get up.
It's up.
He and Jay Haas will have birdie attempts from different angles, and excellent attempts at those. Good looks. You see Jay Haas put the jacket on. Really a comfortable day at this point.
Not much been spoken about Goosen and the possibility of winning this championship. I saw he was offered some 33 to 1. I thought they were a bit generous, the odds. Almost a casual little flick of the arms and wrist.
Those are 3 pretty good shots right there at number 8. Meantime at the par 3 5th, Tiger for birdie.
Greg Norman putted and holed his putt. Missed that tiny one on the previous green. Hold a good one here. for a par to stay at level. Now Tiger for a birdie. Tiger. Don't often see that.
He gave you one of those wry smiles that was like, you know, I'm only smiling here because if I don't, I might do something I regret. Wow.
Well, Darren Clark here nearly found a dreadful spot. Bank of a big sand dune. Got away with it, found the green. This is a great stretch of golfing country just to the south. We've got right alongside the airport, you've got Prestwick, Old Prestwick, where the first championship was played. And to the north, there's 3 or 4 courses all running together, all excellent.
I'm back here at the first, and Ben Curtis with a chance to get out of the gate in style with a birdie. Came in here totally anonymous last year, and not the case, obviously, this year as the defender. Now, again, you'll see this on the 10th line tee shot, and now the second for Kenny Perry.
No, just killed it on the front of the green. One hop the other way would have been good.
We have a trio of birdie putts at the 8th. And Robert Allenby was away.
Yeah, he's only about 12 or 14 feet at the most. There's 3 cracking tee shots. Well, a little more speed needed. Tiger on the 6th. 601 yards. It's the longest in our championship golf.
Well, it needs a little hop to the left, Peter, and it's going to be great.
And it did.
Good place to be able to take the driver out after missing a very makeable birdie putt at the 5th.
Greg Norman seems to be taking a little bit longer addressing and waggling and adjusting and re-gripping than he used to a few years ago. Still similar mannerisms, but just slowed down a bit. I think he still hovers the club off the ground, doesn't ground it just before taking it back. And really smashes through it.
Pretty much the same line as Tiger. And that too, a little hop to the left.
Yeah, just throws the edge of the rough, just turns it back onto the fairway.
Well, we saw Robert Allenby settle for par at the 8th, and now Retief Goosen, the U.S. Open champion.
Oh, it was beginning to slide. Just held on long enough. Good 2. 2 under par.
3 behind the leaders. Kenny Perry.
Just got a skirt alongside that sprinkler head, water sprinkler.
He's asking for it to turn. And it's not listening.
Again, wasn't it? Good speed.
Peter, it has been a pleasure to have you up here for the last hour. Don't let them let them work you too hard over there at the BBC the rest of the day.
I won't, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Will do.
Wish I was home, I could watch that. Now, a moment ago, this was Greg Norman for birdie at the 7th. Remember, he missed that little putt back on the 4th. He was stroking it beautifully on the putting green earlier. Spent some time there with him before his round. He and his son Gregory on the bag. Yes, Greg Norman finally makes one. 2-time Open champ moves to 1 under par. Greg playing in a back brace today, first time ever. Now Tiger. Just to go 3 under, what a start. He's been telling us that he's close. He may be closer than we all thought. Greens are in great shape. I think the best greens that I've seen in any Open Championship I've been involved in. Now over to the 12th, Kenny Perry. Looks like a pretty open shot there, Judy.
Yeah, this is one of the holes that does not run just back and forth, so into a little slight breeze, 180 yards to that upper shelf.
When the wind blows as it normally does, this is one of the few holes on the back nine that the players get a breather. But today, the wind blowing from the other direction, this one a little bit tougher, into the breeze. Back at 7, Tiger for par. Ooh. Well, they're the little nuances of these style of greens. Just little subtle undulations that you can't quite see. So we'll see a lot of those short putts miss. Don't be afraid to... Well, don't worry about that too much, I should say. You'll see lots more of those over the next 3 days. The greens are in great shape, but every once in a while you see a little one duck and weave. Tiger tapped in for his bogey, unfortunately, and we're up on 8T.
And Lee Westwood at level par through 7.
122 yards, EJ, and he just wants to try to flight this just a little bit. Breeze, certainly a little bit of a factor right now. Good looking line. Westwood could somehow corral it. He's made 3 birdies today.
Are you happy with it?
Now Norman. Still feeling pretty good letting the 2 par 5s, 4 and 6 go and making that one. Really has worked hard with Butch, especially with the posture. Trying to become a little more rotational on the backswing. Just a little 9-iron.
You can see that graphic there, just 5.5 miles an hour, the wind. Very unusual here on this exposed par 3.
That's a dream, isn't it?
Oh, 5 miles an hour. I wish I was out there. Last time I was here, it was about 45 mile an hour.
Does that make a difference?
Huge difference. Peter Ellis was telling me that he could remember hitting a 3-iron into this green years and years ago.
This one?
Yep.
You're kidding.
He said it was a gale force wind straight into them.
Wow.
You talk about a couple of guys here at 1 under feeling quite different about that standing after what happened at number 7, Tiger and Greg Norman.
Well, that's a pitching wedge, and that's hitting just left of the hole, trying to bring it in from behind the hole.
Brilliant shot. Now he's got a straight uphill putt. Make amends for the little mishap there at 7.
Pretty sporty there, Ian.
He's so good at shaking off bad things, though. I think probably the best at that.
And the pants are back. Ian Poulter at 16, the par 5. How about that piece of work?
All I can say, Ernie, is you better have the game to match if you're going to have an outfit like that. But he's a man of style.
The hat backwards and the Union Jack. He's got it all going, does he not? Ernie Johnson back here now with Ian Baker Finch, the 91 Open champion. Now you look at the leaderboard, and just as you predicted, Thomas Levet right there at day 1, and Paul Casey
Unbelievable.
With 66s. What do you make of that?
Well, I think Thomas Levet's been playing very well. He shot 29 the back 9 to win the Scottish Open on Sunday, so he's come in here with an amazing amount of good feeling, and he's pumped up, ready to go. He was unlucky, of course, not to win outright back 2 years ago at Muirfield when he was in the playoff.
Exactly.
With there was Elkington and Appleby. Ernie Els and Thomas Levet ended up going extra holes after the 4-hole playoff. And unfortunately for Thomas, drove it in that bunker at the last. And otherwise, he may have had his name on the claret jug already.
Exactly. Now, we've alluded to the weather already as we talked about the postage stamp right there, but from what we saw in the days leading up to this, the back nine was absolutely a bear. When you made that turn, I mean, it was right at you. They're getting a break today.
Yeah,
as
they
make
really
the
are.
turn.
Yeah, the front nine isn't quite as easy today because the wind on the first hole is fraction into them right to left, and the first 6 holes go the same direction all the way out. Normally they're more downwind, very reachable par 5s, almost 2 or 3 drivable par 4s as well. And then they turn on the back nine and they come into that brutal wind straight into them left to right. Today the back nine's been, well, not gentle, but certainly 4 or 5 shots easier than we've seen in the past. So it's there for the taking today. If you're going to shoot something in the 60s, today's the day you better take advantage.
Probably have a few guys who put numbers in the 70s, Phil Mickelson and others, who are kind of kicking themselves and saying, boy, we had an opportunity here with conditions primo and did not take advantage of it. Meantime, here's Kenny Perry. And, you know, Peter Ellis and I talked and said, you know what, he's got to be playing possum. Oh, I really don't expect to be a factor here. It requires a lot of local knowledge, but man, he's put together a nice first round.
He really has. Disappointing bogey at 11, but really the 11th hole is a 4.5. If he could have 2 4s and 2 5s for the week at 11, I think he'd be doing well. He's had a beautiful little chip there at 12 to save his par.
And we go back to 8 now, to the postage stamp, and a birdie putt of Greg Norman, who made one at 7. And he'll have that for his par. And the 11th, Stuart Wilson, the amateur from Scotland. He's just a shot off the lead. This is pretty heady stuff.
Certainly is. This hole just an absolute brute wherever the wind's coming from. It's out of bounds all the way up the right-hand side there. You see that old stone wall. That'll feed off the green down into a little gully. Not a difficult chip from there, though.
And at the 8th now, Lee Westwood next to play for his birdie.
Pretty much just the second half of the putt that we just saw from Norman. Go.
He's a good student, isn't he?
That's 4 birdies through 8 holes, Ian.
He looks in good form, doesn't he? He looks fit and strong, too, ready to go. Been on a good, strong workout program this year. Starting to regain some of that confidence that saw him as one of the best players in the world 4 or 5 years ago.
Ian, you're talking about the outward 9 and the inward 9. I thought Tiger made a pretty clever comparison with the front, the outward 9, the junior varsity, the inward 9, the varsity.
You see Tiger's card. Boy, great start.
And you think that bogey came after putting for birdie there on number 7.
And unlucky that that second shot at 7 didn't stay real close.
Well, he got it right back, didn't he? A birdie at the 8th. And Tiger 2 under, 3 off the pace.
His caddy, Steve Williams, said to me just as they were getting ready to go, he said, Benchy, he's doing really well. He's playing nicely. All he needs is a nice start, the opening 9 holes, and they may not catch him. 7 was a little hiccup, but he certainly is in good form. Although we may not have been led to believe that over the past couple of months.
Norman finishes up for his par at the 8th. And out of the 11th, and saw a couple players in the practice round put balls up there right next to the stone wall and bang them off of them the other way, just in case you ever flirt too much with that wall. And look at this.
Oh, nearly 5 under. Boy, he's having a blinder today. Not often you have tap-ins for 4 there. Over at 12 now, Darren Clark. Struggles with the putter, but not there. Gave him a putting lesson back at the Buick Classic about a month ago in New York. He was out there for hours and hours after missing the cut. Spent the weekend there before the US Open. And hopefully that few little tips I gave him have helped over the last couple of weeks. He said he's putting much better. The greens are perfect. There's no excuses, that's for sure. If you're not holding them here, you're not going to hold them.
Yeah, the old Bobby Locke story about after he won in 50 and sending the Christmas card to the club saying, still the best greens in the world. And you think back to Justin Leonard in 97, in that final round with 25 putts, and well, that's where it's won.
I think one of the reasons, may just be coincidence, but one of the reasons 5 Americans have won the last 5 Opens here is because the greens are so much more similar to what we're used to in the States. O'Meara now. Good putt. Putting a lot better this year. Went through the yips for the last couple of seasons. We haven't seen much of him. Won in Dubai earlier in March. Back on track.
Got Lee Westwood here on the 9th hole, 423-yard par 4. A bunker that everybody wants to avoid on the left-hand side. He had a confident look at it there.
He sure did, Hal, didn't he? He looks confident.
He did. 4 birdies in the first 8 holes tends to make you more confident.
Funny that.
Well, let's see if Tiger can have the same look on his face. He should. Going with an iron, the bunker is 275 or 80 yards out. Kind of hung on to it a little bit there like he was trying to avoid the left. And he did, I think. Yes, he did. Greg Norman will be next to play. Tiger seems relaxed right there.
You know, typically hasn't been a great starter. When he starts well, he goes on with it, leads, has been a great leader and finisher. But he's also been a little slow, especially the last 6 months or so, getting out of the boxes. So today was pretty important for him.
I think it's a new challenge for him right now. You know, he's had everything. I'll use the phrase that we've all used. You can rent the game, but you can't own it. Tiger made us think that he actually could own it. Greg's hit it. We'll be back at the Open Championship in just a few moments.
Concessions at Royal Troon doing a brisk business on day 1. As they have turned out here for the opening day of the 133rd Open Championship. Now Goosen, after trouble off the tee, has this for par at the 11th.
I like the look of the ice creams. I didn't like the look of that other stuff with the yellow stuff on it.
Indistinguishable.
Seems like instant indigestion. What an unbelievable par there after chipping it out.
Man alive.
At the 9th, Tiger Woods for a birdie. Up and over the ridge. You can see the ridge about 6 or 7 feet short of the hole there. Hit it, Tiger. He knew immediately that he hadn't hit it. I hate those feelings.
Now at the 8th, and Vijay Singh taking a look at the postage stamp.
Nice big full swing with a pitching wedge. Boy, he's got great rhythm.
And a great result. Well, that was eerily similar to what Ernie Els was able to do. Ernie's chipped right in the hole earlier today. But he is certainly in birdie range.
Mr. Norman here for par, I think. Yes, for par.
Well, it'd be a nice save. I did a pretty good little pitch shot having to go diagonally across that ridge you're talking about, Hal.
Yeah, he got away with murder there.
He absolutely did.
He's excited going to the 10th tee with that par.
Now over at 13, Kenny Perry bump and run up the bank. The turf here is a lot firmer than what we're used to in the States. It's fescue grasses, it's very firm and bouncy, and those shots are so much easier here. The ball just wants to bounce up. It doesn't grip and check into anything. And quite often with the greens firm and the wind blowing, that's nearly always the preferred shot. Just a little bump and run, bumble it up there somehow. Now Darren Clark getting set to go there.
This is his fourth. The third was very unsuccessful from some short rough.
Did he try to bump and run it up the bank?
Hard to tell what kind of shot he was trying to play. It was a very lofted club.
Right, okay. Unlucky. Still, he won't be too disappointed with that. It could quite easily have been a double bogey as we head over to John Daly now at 17. Trying to see the wind direction there. There's a little puff before he goes. Actually, it's an advantage. I don't think they should be allowed to smoke out there because it's definitely an advantage. Seeing the wind direction. I know the Japanese players all do that. They always have a fag going, or the caddy does. They have a puff, hold it up, see which way the wind's blowing. I'll talk to the R&A about that.
Tiger Woods for his par. Looks to be about 3 feet. Would love to build more confidence and make this. And he does. He's got to be happy with that front nine.
I think so. Good start.
Yeah.
Now over at 12, Stuart Wilson. This for birdie. Up the hill, hard to get the right speed on these putts when you come up over the step. Nicely done. Every once in a while you see a good amateur player pop up in the major championships. It's very good for the game. It gives all of their buddies that are watching at home too a feeling of, boy, well, if he can do it, maybe next year I'll be there too with him.
14th tee, Kenny Perry. Probably got 6 or 7 iron in his hand. I'm not sure.
That was a 6-iron, Hal. That breeze still from the left.
It was the right club, Judy.
But when he can just let it fall off to the right, he's in control.
Yeah. We're going to go to the break at the Open Championship. Look at this world ranking right here and what they've shot. I'm sure the local Mr. Harrington would like to have had a better round today. We're back at the Open Championship. The two leaders, Paul Casey and Thomas Levet, with Kenny Perry and Stuart Wilson chasing the amateur. Gary Evans with his double eagle. They're very rare, much more rare than a hole-in-one. Here's Tiger Woods on the 10th hole, and folks, everybody is trying to hit it right across there. You can't really tell it. As I said earlier in the telecast, Ben Hogan said it was always hard to hit something you can't see.
Hal, I think with the long iron, though, he might have been going right of those hills, and he's pushed it down into the right rough.
He went further right than he should have gone.
Yeah. And we'll take a quick break there. Darren Clark was about to go at 14, but we've got Tiger Woods here now. Good slow-mo look at his swing. Look at that shoulder turn. Perfect at the top. Always want to be just short of parallel with the iron. The longer shaft of a wood will be parallel. Got up on his right heel pretty quickly there. That's a controlled swing. That's a straight down the fairway style of swing, hanging on just a little bit. But I'm on Tiger's side. I think he's a little closer than we may have been giving him credit for the last few weeks. And I think at the Western Open, he really started to show to us that he was getting pretty close to form. Now we're back to Clarkie. 3 under par there at 14T.
That's a great bounce back shot right there.
Oh, he's got the cigar going too. Another one checking for the wind. Daly now for birdie at 17. A rare bird indeed today at 17. Third toughest hole on the course. Plays 215 yards, crosswind. A real bear. Retief Goosen, third shot at the 12th. After that brilliant save, Ernie back at 11. Boy, he got out of jail. Very measured approach.
And you talked about it before. If there's any player whose personality is just reflected in the way he plays the game, it is this guy. Very understated, soft-spoken, and a game very much in control.
Very much so. Big part of the President's Cup team in South Africa at the end of last year. Great record.
Here we are at the 10th hole with Tiger Woods. You know, Ian, you were talking about it. He looks very patient, Goosen does to me, and Charles Kemp wrote a book called They Played with Quiet Minds, and I see quiet minds in Mr. Goosen. Also see that today in Tiger Woods.
Yeah, that's a good point. He looks that way, doesn't he?
Yeah, his eyes look quiet, like he's comfortable. That swing looked good. Good shot. Almost very good. Hole, Adam Scott's second shot just a moment ago.
Very tricky, very delicate this was.
Judy, you can't judge it any closer than that, can you?
I would say that's a young man who spent a lot of time playing with the little shots in the sand.
Here we are. Kenny Perry for birdie. He had a great tee shot into the par 3. Missed it on the high side. They always told me that we were supposed to be comforted with that, but a miss is a miss.
Yeah, good point. Stuart Wilson now from the right-hand rough, his second shot at 13. And that's what can happen with that long, wispy rough. Even though it might be spotty in places, the long seed heads sometimes grab the hosel and the shaft and tug it over to the left like that.
Darren Clark. Man, he would have really liked to have had that birdie. That would have been great bounce back after that bogey on the hole before.
And the last of this wardrobe for today, at least, from Ian Poulter.
He's been saving those up, hasn't he?
Try to finish in red numbers and looking like an even par 71 for Ian Poulter. 5 off the pace. And that pace is being set by Paul Casey and Thomas Levet in the clubhouse at 66 on day 1 of the Open. A shade over 4 hours into our 7+ hours of coverage here on TNT. Day 1 of the Open Championship, and John Daly, who won the 95 Open Championship at St. Andrews, is 1 under his stands on the 18th tee.
John Daly teed off at 12:03 local time, which is 7:03 back on the East Coast in the States. So it's taken him 4 hours to the 18th tee, which is pretty good timing.
They're talking
halfway
about
through the field.
Talking about pace of play, hoping around 425, and these guys have been on it.
Yeah, even a little under, even in the middle of the field. Now back at 13. Third shot for Stuart Wilson. You saw the hook to the left out of the rough. That ball not lying too badly. Should be able to get it on the surface. And that's the third shot in a row we've seen go down the right side. So either the wind's picking up a little, or there's just some sort of nuance there on that front right corner that shoots it off.
Here's Tiger Woods for his birdie at the 10th hole. Holding his finish nicely on his putter. Every time you see a guy hold that finish, that means he's pretty confident in what he's doing. As we get less confident, that putter bounces back a little bit.
Four's a good score there, though, Hal, don't you think, at 10?
It is a good score. You know, I think Tiger thinks about birdie in every hole. I mean, we all want to think that way, but I think Tiger really does think that way.
Good pairing there today, seeing Greg Norman past number one for so many weeks, so many years, playing with the current number one.
I read a stat earlier where Greg Norman had 331 weeks at number one, and Tiger Woods has got 326 weeks at number one. So Tiger's closing in on that. Hopefully, I shouldn't say hopefully, I mean, I'm sure he hopes that Ernie won't derail that.
That's cumulative weeks as well, and Greg was 96 weeks at number one consecutively back in 95 to 97. And then Tom Lehman got the number one spot, Hal, just for 1 week before Tiger started to take over. Now quickly back to 13. This is a moment ago. Wilson's fourth up the bank. Will he bump and run it? Couple of bounces up over the top. And unlike Darren Clark's, he's actually decided to find the bottom of the cup. Well, that's what happens when things are going well for you. Brilliant ball.
A Scottish amateur trying to become the first amateur since Bobby Jones in 1930 to win the Open Championship. This is, look at the smile. Time of your life, kid. At the sixth. Nick Faldo. Come back.
Knew as soon as he hit it, didn't he, that had been hit too firmly.
We will continue our day one coverage from Royal Troon, where there's a tie for the lead at 5 under 66.
Beautiful looking castle there. Back over at 17, Darren Clark's second shot from the left side.
Caught a very fortunate lie.
Just pop it up with the lob wedge, let it roll. But a stop. If that goes another foot or two, it gathers all the way down into a bunker that's about 10 feet deep.
15th hole here, Michael Campbell for birdie. Having a good round at 3 under par. Just got better. Great birdie on the 15th hole. One behind.
Back over at 12 now. Tiger Woods for par. This is what he normally does so well. When the chips are down, getting up and down seems to be his specialty. Oh, it's a tricky putt, cross and down. With the breeze blowing over his left shoulder too, makes it tougher. Well, it won't be the last bogey you make this week, that's for sure. You just have to accept the bogeys in tough competition. We go forward. Adam Scott now for birdie at 17.
Been a rough day for him, Ian. He did not hit very many greens on the front side and struggled with the driver a good little bit on the back.
Sometimes he struggles a bit with the driver on intimidating tee shots. If he gets a blind tee shot perhaps, or trouble down the left side, there's a tendency at times to get a little laid off at the top and can just hang on a little bit, but not often, as we've seen. Now from Adam Scott to Adam Scott's idol, Greg Norman on the tee here at 13. Looking very trim and fit too. I mentioned earlier that wearing a back brace for the first time in his life in tournament competition, and wasn't too sure how he'd be, but he said he had to try it, give him a little bit more stability of the lower back. Still hits the ball a long way. Right side, and not too bad down there. You can see it's a bit spotty, but not too bad. Back over at 17, Kenny Perry. This for par, with his pitch shot up to here. That's a beauty. Kenny Perry stays at 4 under, just one back. Maybe he can rip a good drive down there and avoid Norman's bunker on the right and make a birdie at the last. Now Tiger back at 13. Got the driver out. Says he hits this driver a good 20 yards further. 415 cc's. The big model. I think they do a 460 as well, but man, he could hit one of those. He hits this one pretty good though. The graphite shaft, a little less spin on it. And that one not sitting too badly. Down the right side as well. Hole location here today, 4 from the right side, so it'll be a little bit blind coming in from that side. Now back at 17, Darren Clark for par. What a man this segment. Yes, sir. Darren Clark and Kenny Perry take the 178 step trek to the 18th tee. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I told you we'd be back to see what happened with Tiger, and here we are. Third shot at 13. See, pretty thick stuff there. See how he keeps the hands in close to the body. Don't let your hands get too far away when you're playing those types of shots. Keep them in close, you'll have more power, more control of the club face. Good shot.
Back here at the finishing hole, and Darren Clark.
Laid back a pretty good ways, 191 yards back there to the hole. 5 iron. He's lost it a little bit to the right, and this is flying a pretty good ways.
Whoa.
Oh.
That's OB.
That's out of bounds, yeah. Gee, that's a bad mistake. Just a little bit of wind helping there. It carried the fade, and one hard bounce off the edge of the green and up into the gravel.
Being tough to remind yourself to pay attention to that wind, because usually that wind's into you.
Good point. Norman for birdie now over at 13. Boy, when he was on, I think he was as good a putter as I've ever seen. He struggled when he wasn't. But when he was on around the greens, not only did he drive the ball beautifully, but he was brilliant with chipping and putting.
And now Darren Clark playing, playing his 4th at the 18th.
Well, I was watching the man back at the clubhouse. I'm not sure if he changed clubs or not, but surely he went one less. This is a good one.
Ernie Howe made a very good point there. That was sort of a careless mistake, because you get so used to playing a course a certain way. Today, the wind helping a little bit at 18.
Back at the par 5 16th. And Michael Campbell. He is right there, stroke behind the leaders. One of those players playing well coming in at the Scottish Open. He had put together a 63 on the weekend. It was right there going into Sunday. And then Thomas Levet pulled that out of his hat.
Oh, did he ever? Tiger prowling around here at the 13th green, taking a good look from every angle. Talked a little bit earlier about these greens. They're as good a set of greens as you'll ever see at the Open Championship. Very similar to old style greens back in the States and back home where I'm from in Australia. You see the mix of seaside bents. They're nice and firm. Very rarely do you have to fix a pitch mark because they land so firmly. But the little nuances of the greens here, the subtleties, you need to look at it from every angle and just see which little slope the flag's placed, the holes cut. Good holding speed is what you need to putt well on these greens. Bogey at 12 and 13 for Tiger. Slips him back to even par.
The thing is, too, Ian, when you think about if you're going to go bogey, you think maybe 10 and 11 when you make the turn, and rather than 12 and 13. And there is Norman's bunker, as you pointed out, on number 18. Greg went in that in the playoff at Mark Calcavecchia won in 1989. Kenny Perry, which is the front of that green.
89 was the first year they played the 4-hole playoff, and it was a 3-man playoff. Wayne Grady was the other member of that threesome with Calc and Greg Norman. Now down to 17T, and the Open champion from Royal Birkdale in 1998, Mark O'Meara. Mark playing with the young amateur that's been playing so well today, Stuart Wilson. And of course with Michael Campbell. That's the way to play it. Land it just short, bounce it on up.
Nearing the 5-hour mark now in our 7+ hours of coverage on TNT. Welcome back to our encore presentation of round 1 of the 133rd Open Championship from Royal Troon here on TNT. Updating a couple of stories. As we showed you, Darren Clark hitting out of bounds on number 18, so he had come to the finishing hole just 1 stroke off the lead, but double bogeys the 18th and shoots 69, 2 under par, 3 strokes off the pace. And there you see the double at number 18 to end his day. Meantime, Kenny Perry at one time had it to 5 under par in round 1, but that one slid by on number 18, and like Darren Clark, he shoots a 69, 2 under par, and it could have been much lower. Kenny Perry really had it going on the front side with a 31, but stumbles at number 18. Now more of our encore presentation. Meantime, on the 18th, Michael Campbell. A long look at birdie. He's just 1 back. He'll have that to remain at 4 under. He may actually, he's from New Zealand, but may actually have some local support here. His great-great-great-grandfather was Scottish. Perhaps that's going back too far. Meantime, the British amateur champion, Stuart Wilson, drove into a left bunker, had to blast out, and then hit his 3rd to here. So this for par on what has been a memorable day for the 26-year-old who turns 27 on Sunday and would like nothing better than to be playing here. A great start for him. And a great finish right there. Stuart Wilson of Scotland, the British amateur champion. That's an all-world par to end things up today.
And Tiger Woods, 3rd shot at 15.
Really a hard little pitch from behind this green. ball wound up where a lot of the people are sitting and standing. And not too bad from there.
He spent too much time chipping, though, hadn't he, Billy?
He really has, Hal. You know, he caught a lie over there in the rough. I thought he hit a perfect drive, but a bit unlucky. But you're right. He's chipping a lot. And, you know, for a guy that's kind of on the border of playing well, you know, we all feel as though he's just one or two swings away from turning it around.
And now Michael Campbell for his par and an opening round 67, which would be one behind the leaders Paul Casey and Thomas Levet. Dead center. He's one back after one round. And Stuart Wilson, the amateur, two back after a 68. Now we look back down the fairway at 18, and the U.S. Open champion Retief Goosen.
And the good semi-rough there, he can utilize the green. He's got a lot of green to work with, about 31 yards as the hole's cut in the back of the green. So look for this ball to land right on the front edge.
Welcome back from At the Turn.
Nice to be back.
Well done.
Yeah.
Levet win.
Uh-oh. Those bunkers is not where you want to be. He's leaning. Oh, what a good kick.
And Jay Haas next to play. As you look down the fairway at number 18 at Royal Troon. Robert Allenby actually next to play.
Perfect position. This man works very hard on this game. Very disciplined. In every aspect of the game. Physical conditioning, working on his swing, equipment, the whole package. I'd like to see a little bigger divot than that. Look for it to go a little right when you do that. And uh-oh. And that's really the cause of that. Ernie is just not quite getting the club set at the top. He rushed it in the transition. And therefore you don't get the divot on those iron shots.
Back at 14, Vijay Singh for birdie at 2 under currently.
Terry, I was looking at his stats. He had only hit 2 of the first 10 fairways, so I'm sure he's happy with being 2 under par.
Had the driver out throughout the practice rounds on many of the holes, and having to make a different decision today with the wind different than it's been throughout the practice rounds. So that may have come into play. Now, Tiger at 15 for another par save. We saw him do it back just a hole ago.
Needs this putt. And he gets it. Wow. He's very good at those putts he has to make.
2 solid par saves for Tiger at 14 and 15. And he continues to hold it together. So Woods looking ahead to 16 now. The artist atop the Marine Hotel, I believe, here at Royal Troon on day 1.
Back here at Royal Troon, the 133rd Open Championship Round 1 coverage on TNT, where Paul Casey and Thomas Levet have put up a 66 to lead the way. Levet coming in here on a high after winning at Loch Lomond. As we take a look at the IBM tournament summary.
Was it ever a high? 29 on the back 9 final round.
And a 63. You saw the birdie there at 17 tied with Paul Casey.
This for birdie at 18.
And so the IBM tournament summary looks like this. You see how the front and the back are playing comparatively, and history had it that the back would play extremely tougher than the front, but the conditions have not lent itself to that kind of scoring here.
Well, keep in mind the back nine par is 35, so the 36.58 is 1.5 over par, where the front nine is playing just about level par.
And 7 of the 9 toughest holes on the back.
Just wait till the wind blows out of the northwest.
Yeah, exactly. 1-stroke lead. Casey and Levet share it over Michael Campbell. And Stuart Wilson, you see the amateur, 3 under, 2 back, and he's with Jim Huber.
What an amazing day it must have been for you.
Yeah, it's been a tremendous day. Playing at 1 o'clock, you know, it's trying to kill the afternoon, the morning, you know, but once you get here, there's a great buzz about the place, you know.
Can you talk a little bit about the nerves and how they affect you?
Yeah, the nerves pretty much hit me on the practice area this morning when I was warming up. You know, I could obviously feel the atmosphere and that being here, and to be playing with Mark Amira, past champion, and that, it's tremendous, you know, and you feel like you've got to go out there and do yourself justice.
You and Michael you played also with Michael Campbell, who's 1 shot off the lead. You guys feed off each other all day?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just a great experience to play with these guys and watch how they went about their business. I think everyone was just looking after their own game at that time.
You won the British Amateur at St. Andrews. That must have been an awesome experience for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to win the Amateur Championship at any time, but to win it at St. Andrews is extra special, and then to win it in the 250th anniversary of the Ernie just doesn't get any better than that.
Absolutely. You work in a golf shop in a little town just north of Dundee. What do you suppose the boys back home are thinking right now?
Yeah, I'm sure they've been watching it, and they'll be rooting for me, obviously. You know, I think a few of them are maybe coming down, so look forward to seeing them.
You got a huge cheering section anyway. You're going to add to them over the weekend then?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, playing a Open in Scotland in front of a Scottish crowd, you know, everybody's going to be behind you, really. So.
Well, the last one to do it was Bobby Jones. It's about time.
Right, yeah. It'd be good to make it to the weekend. Still got to do that, yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Great playing.
Thanks very much.
And a moment ago, Robert Allenby. And this for par.
He bunkered on his second shot after a perfect drive.
And it cost him. Of course, Bobby Clampett back with me, and Terry Gannon back from at the turn, Hal Sutton, Bill Kratzert and Judy Rankin on the course, and as you just heard, Jim Huber talking with Stuart Wilson, who will celebrate his 27th birthday on Sunday. What a walk that would be up the 18th if he gets to play the weekend. Now on the Postage Stamp, and Tom Lehman.
Former champion now, wind's picking up, hitting a little 8-iron. Oh my.
Well, we've seen him in that bunker, and we'll get a new look now from between them.
He'll do well to make a 4 from there.
Retief Goosen. And this for par.
Yeah, good save. Could have been the part of his game that he's improved the most. Works with a man named Harold Swash over here in Europe on his putting. And Harold built the putter that Retief has used since he won his first U.S. Open championship 3 years ago.
Not only won the U.S. Open, then came over here and won the European Open.
He won about everything right after that.
And then he's a 69 in the first round to stand 3 back.
Well, at the 16th hole, both Westwood and Norman have driven it into the burn that crosses this fairway at about 284 yards. Tiger Woods was first to play. And as I said, Ernie, you know, one good swing can kind of turn everything around. Took a driver and just kind of whipped it over, which is about a 290 carry. And Only has 223 to the hole, so this is a momentum builder hole for Tiger Woods. I think if he birdies here or possibly eagle, I mean, this does a lot of good for him.
It's the kind of hole, Billy, that can really separate. He can separate himself from the field on a hole like this.
Well, he can, but I think more so, Bobby, it just gives him that little adrenaline, that little rush that he needs going into tomorrow, looking at that scoreboard with the leaders where they are. Norman from 253, trying to run it up the gap on the left-hand side, avoid the bunkers on the right.
Yeah, that's going to be a very difficult fourth.
Now Greg Norman with his fourth shot here at 16. Really an awkward angle. You have so much slope coming off that right-hand bunker that I would really think that anything within 8-10 feet would be an excellent shot from this position.
Oh, Billy, we can see on the screen, there's just no way really to squeeze the ball in between the bunkers.
No.
He's got to float it, doesn't he?
Well, you know, it's a high-risk shot if you try to get it close to the hole. I would certainly take my medicine left and try to make the putt to save par.
All right, take the floater. No, he's going for the run. Wow.
Well, that's as good as you could do from that position, Bobby. I mean, that was excellent.
And so we will have a chance to save par at the 16th. Day one, and TNT's coverage continues after this. And at the 16th, Tiger Woods there in 2 on the par 5. What's in the eagle putt?
Relatively flat green at 16. This could really be a spark for Tiger. Believe you me, he is focused to make this. Got a chance.
Oh. That close to getting it back to 2 under.
You know, he really doesn't make a lot of that putts of that range. In fact, last year on the tour, he was one of the worst ranked putters making putts over 25 feet.
And back at the 18th.
It's the 457-yard par 4. Brian Davis, his third shot rather. Had to pitch out of a fairway bunker. And a lot left for him trying to get it up and in for bogey.
And now Lee Westwood to save par at 16.
What a save this would be.
Man, I should have gotten a good read off of Tiger.
It's got enough. I think the hole moved on that one.
So the tee shot cost him. And Greg Norman now to try to save his par.
Well, this too would be a nice save. I really can't believe he tried to get over the burn.
Well, Greg was one of the very longest hitters in the game, but certainly as you begin to approach your late 40s and Champions Tour age, you lose that edge for distance.
To stay at 1 over.
That cup's just too small.
Now the 4th for Davis at 18. Right of the putting surface.
The Englishman's used to these bump and runs. Beautiful shot.
that finish has him muttering to himself. As we check out the leaderboard in round one, Paul Casey, Thomas Levet sharing the lead at 5 under par, 66. Gary Evans had that double eagle en route to a 68. Ernie Els with an ace at the 8th, en route to a 69. Kenny Perry came over here with very low expectations and had a pretty good first round. He also at 2 under par, 69.
Shot 3 over on the back, though.
And went 31 on the front. On the par 3 17th. Tiger with a 4-iron.
No.
Well, it needs to hang on. I mean, it's just barely right of the flag. Maybe over the green?
Just on the very back edge, Billy. I think he was trying to hit that a little higher and softer.
Well, I think he may have tried a little bit of a hold-up shot there, Bobby.
Yeah, that was not a big 4, and I was surprised at that club selection.
Right.
I thought he'd hit 5.
I think he was trying to work it back into the wind and knock it down just slightly. And Westwood also with the 4-iron. I see, I think this is a good hole location for him. He likes to work the ball left to right. Got to give him a little tip of the hat with the start that he had.
Yeah, there's no quitting Lee Westwood.
A double bogey and a bogey in the first 3 holes.
He can grind it out with the best of them. He's poised on that one.
Well, he should, because it's right at the flag.
Oh. Beautiful swing.
Two very important holes for Greg, Bobby.
No doubt. And when you play as little as Greg has this year and played as poorly as he has, your confidence level just goes down.
Well, playing so well and, you know, running along there at 1 under, everything going quite nicely. And, I think he's swinging the club well. And, the shots that he's missed today, he's kind of hung to the right. You know how he used to come up and out of it?
Right.
Just a couple of those.
E2 with a 4-iron.
That also a good line, just left of the flag.
And softer. Look at this.
Best in show for that threesome. And just ahead at the 18th, Tim Herron for birdie.
Yeah, a good finish, Timmy.
1 over 72. That's a good score today, Bobby.
I think anything under par is a good score out here today. Certainly anything in the 60s is very solid.
At 15, Vijay Singh for birdie. Out in 3 under 33 today, but he bogeyed the 11th hole. So back left for par for Vijay, who hasn't been able to get it going on the back 9, trying to hang in there on day 1 of the 133rd Open.
Welcome back to our encore presentation of the 133rd Open Championship from Royal Troon in Scotland. And if you're just getting home from work, here are some highlights. Some of the things you may have missed during the day at the Postage Stamp. The 122-yard par 3 Tiger Woods as it measured.
Sticking it close, Ernie. Get it?
I follow you, BC. .34, 2 under as he made the turn. Phil Mickelson. Not exactly the kind of day lefty envisioned. This for birdie at 6.
Kind of typified his day, but he was very patient today. Look for him to play a good round tomorrow, 73.
Carl Peterson at the 16th, his third on the par 5.
Swede who grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina, went to NC State.
How good is that? 3 under par, 68 for Peterson. Now all kind of attention for Colin Montgomery, who grew up on this course. His father used to be a secretary of the club, and in search of his first major, what better place would there be than Royal Troon?
He's only got 25 years experience playing this course, Ernie.
Hundreds of rounds, as he puts it. And that at number 12. Setting up this. Montgomery at 2 under par, 69, day 1. Now, Kenny Perry came here with expectations low. In fact, in a press conference earlier this week, he was asked if he thought he would be a factor, and he said, oh, no. It requires way too much local knowledge.
I like that.
Or it requires stuff like this on number 1. An eagle 2 for Kenny Perry. He would shoot 69. Had it to 5 under at one point. But Ernie Els, this is the shot that'll be played and replayed again, because at the Postage Stamp, where the wind not a big factor today, he came up with this.
That's a shot they'll remember for years.
The ace for Ernie, the Open champion at Muirfield in 2000. Is proud to present the 133rd Open Championship from Royal Troon Golf Club here in Scotland, the birthplace of golf. And what better way to wake you up in the States at 7 o'clock in the morning than a little Rolling Stones. Once again, here today, great galleries. 31,000 plus yesterday, the same expected today, but unlike yesterday. Little starch in those flags that you see, because yesterday, pretty calm. And today, Royal Troon appears to be beginning to bite back. As you look across the Firth of Clyde and the Irish Sea, it's a wee bit cooler than yesterday, 59 degrees, a little more wind today. And you will see the scoreboard reflect that as time goes on today. Paul Casey, Thomas Levet, yesterday putting up 66s to stand atop the leaderboard at 5 under par. Michael Campbell is at 4 under. He is playing the 18th right now. Retief Goosen is on the tee at 17 as we come to you live from Royal Troon. Ernie Johnson, Bobby Clampett, Ian Baker Finch.
th hole today, Ernie playing 217 yards. Strong left to right wind, whipping across there. There's the ball down there. Difficult par 3, this one.
7th most difficult on the course during round 1, and in the early going yesterday, it was playing the most difficult here at Royal Troon. Meantime, the Postage Stamp, number 8. And this playing a little more difficult, and this is what you come to see. When the flags are not blowing, hey, it's a piece of cake, but this has been taking a chunk out of a few guys today, Bobby.
Isn't it amazing? Only 118 yards, and it's the 2nd most difficult hole on the course today. Yesterday it played under par. It was 14th ranked, and the hole placement today is the main reason why, tucked in the front right-hand portion of the green, really providing havoc to the players.
Yes, there is a bunker you want no part of down there to the right. Now Tiger. This is for par at the par 3 14th, playing 184 today, and Tiger an even par day going today, 1 under for the championship.
Already missed a few of these, but that was a good stroke.
He moves on to the par 4 15th. And once again, the designers on the beach have been at work. Now, here's some of what's going on earlier today here at Royal Troon. The left-hander Mike Weir, the Masters champion from 2003 for birdie at number 7.
Got off to a good start, did Mike Weir. Hit the ball solidly. A lot of fairways, a lot of greens. Just a typical solid Weir round today.
He came to number 18. This for birdie. He settles for par in a round of 68. The best we've seen so far in round 2. You saw Michael Campbell's name there at the top of the leaderboard and near the top of the leaderboard.
Here he is at the short par 3-8. Taking the feed off the bunker.
There's no better way to play that with the pin where it is, and leaves himself that look.
The problem is if you hit it in the bunker, you're toast.
Yeah, because they have the coffin bunker over there to the left, and then you have a bunker just as difficult down there on the right, a long carry up the slope. And this for birdie for Campbell at number 8.
Seems to be getting his putting going, finally. How good is that?
On to the 12th we move, and for par.
Difficult par 4 playing back into the wind.
That's a little stinger as he bogeys. But at number 13, chance to get it back for birdie.
Long par 4.
And Michael Campbell finds the bottom. In the shadow of the leaders here in round 2. Now Todd Hamilton, a winner on the PGA Tour at the Honda in March in West Palm Beach. This is at number 7. This is his second shot on the par 4, and this, yeah, you know it's going down for an eagle at number 7.
That put him to 3 under par.
Now Tiger's Day. It began yesterday in the afternoon. It was off this morning. And this at number 4 for eagle.
First of the 3 par 5s, and Tiger on in 2.
And from there he would birdie. Now to the 6th. Another birdie try.
This is the second par 5. He was on in 2 here yesterday.
Number 7. A problem. Missed a short putt there and wound up with a bogey at 7. And this is not a replay.
Oh, you can see he really over-accelerated the putter into that one, Ernie.
So he gives it back at 7. Would have a chance to get it right back at 8 on the postage stamp. How good does this look?
Good stroke.
Another spin out for Tiger. And as he moves to the 9th, this for par. And so he had it 2 under for the day, and it gives them both back as he makes the turn to 12. And this for par. And that one did find the bottom. And Tiger with a smile of relief. And what are you going to do? Even par for the day at that point at 1 under for the championship. Paul Casey will go off local time about an hour and a half from now. About 1:40 in the afternoon. Thomas Levet, he's tied with him for the lead. Michael Campbell, again through 17, is just a stroke back as we look at this leaderboard.
Steve Lowry having a good day today. 3 under for the championship.
Colin Montgomery yet to tee off. The local hero with a 69 yesterday. Rich Beam also with a 69, though he had it to 5 under yesterday when he made the turn. There you see Tiger at 1 under as he plays number 15. And
how about the 68 by young Adam Scott on his birthday? He's 24 today.
Exactly. Meantime, live at the 8th, Jim Furyk for his birdie.
Jimmy on the comeback trail. U.S. Open, his defense was his first tournament back since his surgery.
Now to the 18th, and Michael Campbell sitting pretty after his tee shot.
Driving the ball very well all week. It's Michael Campbell. And Ian Baker Finch, that's a golf swing that a lot of juniors should be out there emulating, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. Very, very strong player, very steady base. Not a lot of things can go wrong there.
very strong upper body.
And so we welcome you to our marathon coverage again here on TNT, 7 hours plus, and then an encore presentation. I'm Ernie Johnson. This is Bobby Clampett. This is Ian Baker Finch. First thing you always have to talk about here, the conditions. And I could tell just getting out of the car today, Bobby, you know what's a little more windy here today than it was yesterday. How's this going to affect play?
And by the time we got to the course, it was even blowing stronger. I think we're really going to be having an interesting day today. And the difference between the wind today and yesterday, it's a little bit more out of the west, which is going to make the second nine even more difficult today. But one of the things I've noticed, it's a little more gusty today. And what that means for the players, Ernie, is there's going to be more indecision. There's going to be more question marks, and it's going to be interrupting their concentration.
We saw a couple of 66s yesterday. Will we see one of those today?
I'd be very surprised. I think the course is going to play about a stroke more difficult today than it did yesterday, and I think the cut's going to go up about a stroke as well.
Let's get into the player's mindset a little bit here, Ian Baker Finch, because we look at later the group that we talked about. Phil Mickelson will be playing with Paul Casey, who's one of the co-leaders. Here you have Casey tied for the lead. Mickelson putting up a 73 on day one. How does the approach differ as they tee off in round two later?
Well, as Bobby just mentioned, with the conditions more harder than they were yesterday, the wind blowing, they're a little surprised about that because the reports were saying that it would be just another day, another calm, easy day. The guys are thinking about the cut. They want to shoot a good score today. So those guys that have come out with 73, 74, or Garcia, say, with 75, Podrick Harrington was 76, they need to really shoot a good score today. They need to get it under par, and it's going to be tough in these conditions. Paul Casey, he wants to lead the Open Championship. He wants to retain the yellow jersey at the end of the day. He's in a different mindset. His mindset is just go out and relax and have fun and do what I did yesterday. It's amazing how that can change the tension level as you go to the first tee.
Yesterday, a beautiful day. It's almost as if Royal Troon said, have your fun, boys. Put your scores up because it's going to be more windy Friday. And the forecast for Saturday and Sunday, 4 letters, R-A-I-N.
Uh-oh.
That could make things extremely interesting as we get back to the action here. And Retief Goosen
came out of the rough at 17, Ernie, and a good 15 or 18 feet for par. Made a few good ones at Shinnecock Hills about a month ago at the US Open. Boy, can this boy putt.
Well, I tell you, it's been about 4 years since Harold Swash, his putting coach, turned his putting completely around. New equipment. He's got that C groove rolling.
Now at the 15th, the 483-yard par 4 in the same group as yesterday. Greg Norman, Lee Westwood, and Tiger Woods. And Norman in a spot of bother down here.
Most difficult hole on the course today, 15. I think it's probably the oddest tee shot on the course, Ian, with this west wind blowing.
Definitely. Camber if the fairway goes left to right. The rough's very thick there, as you can see. Someone as strong as Greg Norman having trouble getting it out.
Greg and Greg Jr., as we remind you that we also have Billy Kratzert, Judy Rankin, Billy Ray Brown walking the course today, and Jim Huber will be handling our post-round interviews. Greg Norman with a 73 on day one, Westwood with a 72, and Tiger with a 70, 1 under, a par 71 track here at Royal Troon. And get a look at Lee Westwood. We mentioned Jim Huber handling the post-round interviews, and I'm sure some nice words from Mike Weir, who put a 68 up there today.
It's nice to put a 68 on the board and then let the wind blow whatever it wants to do the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get much of an advantage this morning. It was blowing quite hard, and obviously at 7 o'clock it was pretty cold. But the wind's, pretty much about the same as it's been all day, but it's a tough wind out there.
Talk about the conditions a little bit and how it affects you going out and coming in.
Well, for me going out, it's a tough wind for a lefty. It's a right to left wind, so I feel like I'm trying to hook the ball into the wind all day and, to counteract it from getting away from me left. And then coming in, actually, it's it sets up well. It's a left to right wind. That's my normal shot, and you know, the closing holes, of course, sets up pretty well for me.
Put yourself in awfully good position going to the weekend.
Yeah, it's nice. I haven't played particularly well in this tournament, and I've always wanted to play well here, and after 2 days, I'm in good shape, so I like the way I'm striking. I'm playing a lot better.
Good. Keep it up.
Thanks, Jim.
And Tiger Woods at 15, Bobby.
I was just going to say my career has yet to have a top 25 finish in an Open Championship.
How about this drive, Bobby? Just 126 yards to the hole.
Yeah, but look at the lie. Such a severe uphill lie. Very undulating fairway is the 15th.
That's one of the things that makes it so hard to get the ball close to the flags here. Not only is the wind blowing 15 mile an hour, sort of a club and a half wind, but you never seem to have a level lie.
Well, let's take a look at the 15th hole today. 483 yards, the wind coming off the left. Slight dogleg to the left, and those menacing pot bunkers there on the left-hand side. That's what the players want to avoid in the narrowing fairway. And all the Humpty Dumpties down the middle as well. So lots of things the players have to contend with. The hole location at 15 today, 14 on, 5 off the right. Very demanding hole. No wonder it's the most difficult hole on the course today.
At the finishing hole now, Michael Campbell. Chance to join the group at the top of Paul Casey and Thomas Levet. And he'll have that remaining to stay just a shot back.
Now over at 13, Vijay Singh, 3 under par. You can never count this man out when the tournaments are tough and the going gets tough.
No, it really surprised me. And yesterday he talked about his ball striking was not to his standard. Really left a lot of shots out to the right on the second 9 and still came in with 68.
Unusual to say that Vijay's had a good day putting and not a good day striking, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Vijay just 2 back. Casey and Levet still to go out today. They'll be in with a little bit of a shock. The wind's up.
So you're sitting at home and saying, where in the world are you? This is exactly where we are, in Scotland at Royal Troon for the 133rd Open Championship here on TNT. With you for 7 hours plus here in round 2. As you look at the flags flying in the breeze, and we take you to 15 and Tiger Woods with a birdie look. Even for the day, 1 under for the championship. He will likely stay right there.
Only 2 birdies at 15 today.
And out of the 18th. And the U.S. Open champion. Hey, 3 under's a pretty good score right now when you're coming home.
I'll say. You got a little stuck on top of that one. Look out right.
I think someone in the stands aggravated him a little bit there. You have to be careful. If you fly the ball into these bunkers, they will plug. They're very, very soft beach style of sand.
It's almost like it's soft on top and firm underneath, is it not?
Yeah, in certain areas. If you're on a downslope and it's firm, look out too.
Yeah.
The 14th playing 184 yards today. And here's Vijay.
That cool breeze across from the left with a 6-iron.
How good is that?
That good. And to no one's surprise last night as we were wrapping up our encore presentation, somebody had a camera out there on the range, and the Lone Ranger was that guy.
That was almost 9 o'clock last night.
Now the par putt for Greg Norman.
He's at 4 over par. He needs to knock this one in and make a birdie.
What a putt. He's still alive, Ian.
4 over par is iffy on making the cut, I think, at the end of the day. It depends on the wind, obviously.
I think at this point, 2 under is a lock, or 2 over rather is a lock for the cut. 3 overs probable. 4 over. You got to be a betting man.
There's Phil Mickelson, who goes off 8:42 Eastern time. And yesterday, he was saying afterwards, kind of a slow start because he wasn't hitting it solidly
early on, and that's where you have to attack the course. And he wound up 2 over 73.
That's a good point. You really want to get off to a good start. You're expecting to be in red figures over the first 7 holes, because you know it's only going to get tougher from there.
Yeah, it's a lot like Pebble Beach in that way. The first 7 holes at Pebble Beach, you got to get to a fast start, as we watched Barry Lane.
That's back at the second, starting out 69 yesterday for Barry Lane, the Englishman.
Now here's Rich Beam, who got off to a great start yesterday, made the turn in 31, and then came back on the backside. And on there safely at the first.
Not pleased with that one.
Now here's Tiger for par.
Just a little bit left to right here. Has to be careful.
Seems to be standing more upright on these cuts. And this posture.
Posture's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stays in red numbers at 1 under, 4 behind the co-leaders, Paul Casey and Thomas Levet. It's day 2 on TNT. Go. Back here at Royal Troon, and Tiger Woods on the tee at 16.
Interesting thing here yesterday. Tiger took the driver out, ripped it straight over the water. It's 285 to carry. Greg Norman hit driver as well. Said, that's all I've got. Plop, straight in on the fly.
Yeah. And Greg's not short.
That's for sure.
Plays 542, does number 16.
When we play down in Florida at the Medalist, we've played a couple of times together there. He takes aerial photographs of my drives, so...
Well, Tiger laid up here in all the practice rounds. Yesterday was the first time he'd ever even attempted to cross the burn. Ooh, that was a lashing move at that one. I'd like to measure the amount of clubhead speed with that. Oh, it's beautiful tee shot. Wow, that carried it by about 7 or 8 yards.
The great thing is now he's got about a 5-iron left to the green, right? 5.
Yep.
Bill Cratchit is walking with that group, Bill.
Well, thank you, Ernie, and I think it's been an exercise in patience for Tiger today, and I think all his style points have come around the green until the drives he's just hit on number 15 and 16, but he knows he's in great shape for the championship. You know, if he can keep this thing, get it in there under par, he's going to be in great shape going into the weekend, and that's all he wants to do. And Lee Westwood, he's hung in there quite nicely. He just bogeyed 15, but I think he's going to be around on the weekend. He's got a great record here at Troon. Now to Judy Rankin.
Well, we almost have first-rate British Open conditions, but it's not quite that hard yet. Vijay seemed a little bit surprised yesterday at the very good conditions. He did not drive the ball well, only put the ball in 3 fairways. But as you heard earlier, a round of 68 was very good playing. He has played a little bit better today off the tee. He is only even par for the day, and the thing that he has not done well, he has not taken advantage of the par 5s. Didn't birdie either par 5 on the front 9. 16 coming up will be a key hole if he wants to get this round going the right direction.
All right, thank you, Judy.
Only 2 birdies, 2 bogeys for Vijay on his scorecard today.
And a moment ago at 14, this for birdie for Vijay.
Good roll. That's the difficulty a lot of players have with longer putters, is speed.
Now Retief Goosen's 3rd at the finishing hole after his approach was bunkered.
And Ian, these are the types of shots that the players have to improvise. Wow, what a bunker shot that was.
He has been unflappable around the greens. Under pressure, seems like he gets better.
Exactly.
Winning the U.S. and the Open Championship in the same year, which is what Retief Goosen is attempting to do here at Royal Troon. You see the list of those who have been able to pull that off. No small feat. Back at the first, he saw Rich Beam's approach, and this for his birdie.
Opening 3 par 4s, all under 400 yards. Really gives the players an opportunity to get off to a quick start, but the fairways are quite tight.
Number 1 with that new tee closer to the shoreline and playing 370. 16th here, this par 5, measuring 542.
Let's take a look at it. Tee shot. Well, it's that berm, that crossing water hazard that's really the distinguishing feature of this hole. Will the players try to carry it, or will they lay up? That really determines whether it's a 3-shot par 5 or a 2-shotter. The second shot, if you're laying up, not an easy chore either with that menacing bunker there, the front right. And the second shot, well guarded by a series of 5 pot bunkers.
And Greg Norman playing that very hole right now. I can report that Retief Goosen did make his par at 18, shot 70.
Well, Greg just trying to put it back in play. Just a marginal lie. Came out nicely, though.
Well done.
Well, he's got his name on the claret jug twice, so he knows how to play those sort of shots.
You think?
Boy, he played great golf. He set the Open Championship low aggregate total back at Royal St. George's in '93.
Now at the 10th, Miguel Angel Jimenez.
You know, Ian, I was just thinking about golf in Australia versus links golf in Scotland. My experience of having played in both is there are probably more similarities in the two than American golf. In Australia, you have a lot of hard, fast courses, fast greens. It seems to be the big difference is the speed of the fast greens in Australia.
Yeah, we do have hard, fast greens, hard, fast fairways. We play in a lot of wind. We tend not to overwater our courses. I think in the US they've been seeing Augusta National for so long, they think that that's the standard. It looks so beautiful and so lush, that ryegrass at that time of the year. But I actually like the look of this better, that hard, fast look.
And the players like to play off of this turf, as we watch Lee Westwood's second shot, the par 5 16th. Yeah, that's going to be a difficult up and down from there. That green slopes away from him over the bunker. But you know, the roots of the grass here are just so deep. As we take a look at the difference in the tee shots between Woods and Westwood, my goodness. Now, Tiger really went at that drive, generating at least 125 miles an hour clubhead speed, I would have to guess, Ian.
I agree, and I like the way he seems to be attacking with the driver in the left to right wind. To me, that's a player playing with confidence, because as you know, the left to right wind coming into you slightly left to right is a really tough wind.
Yeah, and especially for Tiger, because his tendency is to lose the ball to the right.
Huge opportunity for Woods here, his second at the par 5.
Well, from 215, shooting more back into the breeze, but he's lost it to the right.
That's where he gets his arms and hands stuck behind him. That's been his nemesis shot for quite some time now.
Back in the fairway at the first, and Nick Price with his second.
When you look at great iron players in the history of the game, you've got to talk about Nick Price. And it really controls his trajectory.
Let us check in with Jim Huber. Jim.
I'm with Retief Goosen, and what a summer it's been already, no matter what happens here.
Well, yeah, I like to keep going and make it a nice long summer, so if I can keep it up, it will be great.
Talk a little bit about the conditions today and how they've changed from yesterday, Retief.
Well, the wind is a little bit more across the course today, which makes the front nine actually, sort of into off the right in a way, so it's difficult to get the right shape going, and some of these fairways, it's very difficult to hit them even with a 5-iron off the tee.
24 putts, final round of the U.S. Open in the victory. You come back 2 weeks later, you obviously putted well in winning the European Open. 28 putts yesterday, 28 more today. Obviously, you're rolling it extremely well. Yeah,
I am. The greens here are perfect, and today I made a few good saves, which kept my score alive. I'd struggling coming home a little bit, keeping the ball up against the wind, but something to work on this afternoon.
You get a taste of what it's like to be a major champion. How does that elevate your confidence and your perspective on your career?
Well, you know, you still got to go and do it the following week when you tee it up. You still got to play well and keep proving yourself. And obviously, I'm expecting for myself to play well now. And you know you can play under that sort of pressure. You just keep focusing and get in the zone.
Not many players have won back-to-back Opens, the U.S. and British, but you're in position to do that. Puts you in awfully good company.
Yeah, that would be great. It's a long way to go, obviously, this weekend, but you know, I don't think there's going to be anybody running away today, so I'm quite happy where I'm standing.
2 shots off the lead at this point. It could be only 1 behind Michael Campbell after the day is done. You know, you look good going to the weekend, right?
That's right, yeah. It's not going to be easy out there for the guys to shoot low, so it's going to be interesting to see where I stand at the end of the day.
Advantage going off in the morning, obviously, right?
Well, it was pretty windy this morning as well, and cold. It was very cold this morning, so it's definitely not as nice as it was yesterday morning.
Absolutely. Play well on the weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ernie.
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Great up and down to finish the round 2 for Retief Goosen there at 18. And at 15, here's Vijay Singh.
Ball just above his feet, 189 yards. It'd be easy to lose this to the right, but the lie should help him a little with the 6-iron.
Looked like he had a pretty good lie that left rough generally very deep. And look at this shot.
The ball was sitting very nicely, Bobby.
He had the right angle there too, didn't he? He had an open look at the flag.
Exactly. That's what another aspect of 15 that's so hard, as we watch Lee Westwood's 3rd at the 16.
It's well facing Tiger.
Well played right there.
What a golf shot, Billy.
That shoulder that comes off that bunker, pretty steep from that angle, Bobby.
Even Lee Westwood draws a smile there.
Tiger shot. Much more difficult. In fact, I think it's going to be very difficult to slide the club underneath. He's sitting on a little bit firmer ground, a little less grass.
Yeah, then the bounce of the club, and that's the smart play.
Yeah, just played beyond the flag, had to.
Take your medicine. If you try to open the blade and try to play the flop shot like Lee Westwood did, in that situation, the bounce is going to come in and you're going to skull the ball right over the green.
Of course, the Royal Troon has a special memory for Tiger Woods. And for a flashback, here's Jim Huber.
The 1997 Open Championship at Royal Troon received royalty as the reigning Masters champion Tiger Woods arrives to make his Open debut as a professional. And he quickly found out that the wind and the elements would prove more difficult than he could imagine, having to birdie 18 on the first day to salvage 1 over par. But he, as he always seems to, would leave his stamp. And it came in the 3rd round on a brilliant Scottish afternoon, impressing even the most laid-back of local commentators.
Well, 290 yards to the flag. He's not going to get there today, but he's giving it a go. And he's hit the most enormous shot. That's absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it.
He would make that eagle on 16 and then chip in for birdie on 17. He would need just par on 18 to equal Greg Norman's course record 64 of 8 years previous, with 1 technicality. Norman's came on a par 72 layup, while Tiger played a course that had been changed to a 71. Sank the 8-footer to notch yet another place in history. But the next day he would return to mortality. A disastrous 6th at the 8th hole on Sunday would take him out of contention. Finishing tied for 24th, saving the heroics for another American, Texan Justin Leonard. That story later.
Yes, indeed. 7 years ago at Troon, as Justin Leonard triumphed. More on that later from Jim Huber. And Tiger surveying this birdie attempt at the par 5.
And you watch that almost 300-yard 3-wood that he played there in '97.
Very matter of factly, he's 290. He won't be reaching it today.
Nice weapon to have.
Yeah. We look at the most weeks ranked number 1, Greg Norman.
Well, Bobby, I think this is a putt that Tiger can go ahead and give it a go, because the shoulder that I was talking about, right at the base where the hole is, so it's a little bit back uphill from this angle.
It's stroke.
The damage done there, though, with the second shot, only a mid-iron in, had to miss the flag left.
Nobody has played the par 5s as well as Tiger Woods over the last 7-8 years, and just to have a mid-iron into the green to come out with par, that's got to feel like a bogey for Tiger.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed there that he let himself get pin high right with no opportunity to get it close with the chip.
And then back to 15, and Vijay for birdie.
Putt that should just barely move to his right.
Only 2 birdies here so far today. That's been the story, Judy.
Now we're over at the second, Rich Beam. We saw him play the first with a par. You say third?
Oh, my goodness.
I wouldn't mind betting, Bobby, that he flew his second shot into that front bunker and it buried.
Yes. And then you have a real tough time getting it up and over the lip.
They're so soft on the surface that even sometimes bouncing in, they'll bury on the bounce.
Mm-hmm.
And it can get right up against those walls, and it's really tough just to get it out, let alone close. The bunkers are a definite half-shot penalty here. It's not like in the States where you're sort of praying for it to get in the bunker for an easy shot.
Right.
Well, Paul Casey and Thomas Levet lead the way still, but as I said earlier, the weather's colder, the wind's stronger. They've yet to go out. Phil Mickelson's with him. We'll be right back.
Bucks. Any way you cut it, that's drama. George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and Julia Roberts. Ocean's 11, 8 tomorrow on TNT. Here's Tiger off of that par at 16.
Probably the same shot he had at 16, really, his second shot.
Yeah, exactly. Good shot. Flew it all the way on. Ideal.
And that's the mark of a great player. A guy, and that's the thing that Tiger Woods can always do, is he knows when he misses a shot exactly why, and he can make the necessary corrections. The wind, left to right at 17.
And 217 yards today. It measures 222 on the card, but the hole location just a little short of center. And that bunker on the right-hand side there catches a lot of errant shots, especially with the wind left to right.
Yeah, that's very deep.
I can tell you Lee Westwood missed his birdie attempt. He walked off the 16th with a par after that beautiful pitch. And unfortunately for Greg Norman fans, Greg made 6 and went to 5 over par. So he really needs at least 1 birdie, possibly 2. Westwood with a 4-iron.
Same club he used here yesterday where he hit a beauty. And there's that bunker you were talking about.
And that's the sort of shot that you may find buried up against the back wall.
Now Vijay's at the par 5, 16th.
Interesting play here, Judy. Using the iron where Tiger went with the driver.
Yeah, well, I think he thinks it's such a different wind than it was yesterday. He hit that huge tee shot here yesterday that was very close to the 370 mark. But this one should be good, and he'll have to try to do something with the second.
It is good.
Back over at 17 now, Greg Norman. Also with the 4-iron. Made a brilliant birdie here on the last day in '89 when he made the 64 and the charge to make it into the playoff with Wayne Grady and Mark Calcavecchia. But that's not where he wanted to leave it. Must be hard for him. He's not playing a lot of golf.
At the first, Davis Love III has a look at birdie.
You know, we were thinking about Phil Mickelson, how he's never had a top 10 over here in the Open Championship. Davis Love, in his first 10 years as a pro, never had a top 10 in a major.
That's amazing.
Until he won the PGA Championship at Wingfoot in '97.
Now Nick Faldo, second shot at the 13th. Struggling as well. He's spending some time with Nick in the booth here on the weekend with ABC Sports. He's coming in to sit beside Mike Tirico and myself.
How do you feel about that?
I think it's good. We had some good conversations. We've played a lot of golf together. 3 times has his name engraved on the claret jug.
Now at the tee at 14.
Okay.
And Steve Lowry. That's it to -3. That's just 2 back. Playing 184 today.
Steve Lowry just off a second place finish at the Western Open, his last event. Real gentleman. One of those guys is also very approachable. When I think of Steve Lowry, I can't forget the time that I played in the Buick Challenge at Callaway Gardens. I was pretty proud of my birdie on 18 to shoot 73, and he played in the group behind me, also birdied 18 to shoot 60. I went right from there to the broadcast booth. Ian, do you blame me?
No, I do not. He can go low.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Some players have that ability to just keep making birdies when they're having a good day.
Phenomenal.
Davis Love's another one like that. He's had so many 61s and 62s.
I saw Steve Lowry at Castle Pines a couple of years ago, and holding the wedge at 15 and then holding the double eagle at 17 back-to-back. Rich Beam went on to win, but Lowry almost caught him.
And he's bunkered there at 14. It's day 2 of the Open Championship, and our coverage continues after this. Looking for a place to shed a few pounds? You can do it there at the Merchandise Center. Just some of the sights and sounds. Day 2, the Open Championship. If you can't get to the real thing, then you can play the video game. And of course, the autograph seekers are out. The players obliging, all in search of the claret jug. Stevie Williams, Tiger's caddy. Towards the 17th, Ian.
That's right. Ernie used to caddy for many years for Greg Norman. He actually had my bag for 2 years, and went to Greg Norman for a couple of years, then went to Ray Floyd, and now with Tiger Woods. I taught him everything he knows, of course.
No wonder Tiger wanted him.
Pretty good player himself, actually, Steve. He's would be a scratch marker if he played regularly. He was an assistant pro as a young man.
But you know, you bring up a good point, Ian, because the players really do train the caddies.
Yeah, and in their way and their style, and definitely get used to the nuances.
What do you make of the relationship here with Tiger?
They have a great relationship. They're good friends. They've got a very strong mutual respect for each other. Steve Williams keeps himself in great shape. He trains every day, so they've got a similarity there in their training routines.
They both have very strong work ethics.
Exactly. Likes to drive fast cars. Every time he gets a chance, he heads back to New Zealand, his home country, and races his cars.
Second shot at 16 for David Toms.
293 all the way to the hole. David Toms having a pretty good day, really, that started very poorly, but he is even par for the day in the championship.
Beautiful shot there.
Now on the second tee, Davis Love. How about Davis? Started the week 33-1 in the odds here. Betting, of course, is legal here in the UK. Everyone has a chance at the Open to put a few pounds on their favourite.
One with iron. This wind is really ripping off the right here at the second hole. It's really picked up in the last 10 minutes, about 15 miles an hour.
it's going to be a challenge for Davis today.
Billy Ray, a little cooler too than it was yesterday.
You're right, Ian. You know, Davis also, he likes to play a lot of half shots, so I don't see this wind presenting a lot of trouble for him today.
Now Steve Lowry's second after finding the bunker off the tee.
Had a brilliant shot out of the bunker.
Lee Westwood for par now at 17. He was in the bunker on the right. Remember that?
Pretty good shot.
Was. Straight up and down. This young fella in the late 90s, I really thought was a chance of challenging Tiger. He had one year there where he won 6 or 7 tournaments in a 2-month stretch. One in Japan, Australia, all around the world, but has struggled since.
Now Vijay's second at the 16th.
That's an interesting play, Judy.
Well, from 288, this is very doable, I think. Just put his arm on my shoulder when he got to this ball and said, I didn't have it in me today. Well, we decided there's more than one way to do it, and this looked pretty good.
Oh, I can see why you were so disappointed about that one, Judy. It didn't go in. What was he complaining about? Did he hit it a little bit fat, or?
It didn't look like it. I was standing pretty near him. I'm not sure.
Wow.
There's one of the co-leaders, Paul Casey, who will be playing with Shigeki Maruyama and Phil Mickelson. Lefty saying yesterday that 5 under by Paul Casey didn't look too difficult. Welcome back to Royal Troon. There is Ernie Els as he prepares for round 2. How many highlight shows you think around the world showed that ace at the Postage Stamp yesterday? Now Tiger on the tee at 18.
Well done, the 18th, 30-yard wide fairway. You want to play it just short of the pot bunker. That's about 310 off the tee.
Now the third for David Toms at 16.
Playing it with a very lofted club, sand wedge or L wedge, and I would think he would have had a lot of other choices.
Well done by David Toms.
Back for birdie.
And let's take a look at the finishing hole, the par 4 18th Craig End, as it's called, because the old farm building that was demolished on this former grazing land at the turn of the century. But it's that pot bunker down the right side that the players are most concerned about. Club selection off the tee to play just short of that. Second shot usually a middle iron to a rather large green. And out of bounds just 3 yards over the green. You don't want to even remind Darren Clark about that.
They said he got the wind wrong yesterday. 5 iron from 191 and wound up on the path in front. OB. Lee Westwood.
And that is absolutely perfect. And very long. He drove it between the bunkers.
Better than 30,000 out here yesterday, and I would say at least 50,000 out here today. Many more people in the galleries today, and different kind of galleries. Very polite, as you know, in the Open Championship. Ernie Els for birdie at 17, already has it to 4 under.
I really wanted that. That's after what happened yesterday.
Bobby, this is Skip Kendall for eagle. Now, remember, he's making a move. This at 16.
And this, believe it or not, is to tie the lead.
Oh, my. Skip Kendall out of nowhere.
The man who qualified for the tournament at Congressional Country Club, one of the 5 worldwide qualifyings, never has won a tournament on the PGA Tour.
Looking for his first win of 69 yesterday. Skip Kendall with the eagle now has it to 7 under, so it's Kendall and Levet both at 7 under. As you look at the leaderboard, though, we mentioned it earlier, take it one more time, the big names starting to rise.
Well, you really see it. You see Tiger Woods, 70 today, under par. Ernie Els, 2 under. Vijay Singh shot 70.
Yeah.
Phil Mickelson's 4 under par on his round today. Davis Love, 69. Retief Goosen, 70. And Mike Weir, 68. All of them are under par today.
All with a sense, no doubt, and you and I have talked away from the camera, the sense of how important this championship is when you play in it. It's often called the oldest and most prestigious championship in the world, and just the other day, Ernie Johnson, Jim Huber, and Billy Cratchit, they went the extra mile to give you a sense of the history here at the Open.
On a bright July day in 1851, a gathering of Scotsmen made history for their country and the game of golf, for they formed the nucleus of members to the Prestwick Golf Club. They hired a professional, Tom Morris, to run things. He brought his son, young Tom, with him to begin work at the course later that summer. Along with those early members, Tom Morris launched the first Open Championship in 1860. Over the then 12-hole layout, the Open was played at Prestwick until 1872. Once the club became a full 18-hole course in 1882, the Open was played here intermittently until the last Open at Prestwick in 1925. Now, before the claret jug became the trophy presented to the winner of the Open Championship, a leather belt was presented to Old Tom 4 times, and Young Tom took possession of the belt by winning 3 straight years at Prestwick. Those victories are all part of the history and tradition of the early game. So on another July morning this past week, I, along with Jim and Billy, arrived at Prestwick prepared to play on these fabled grounds. We had the appropriate apparel and our own set of hickory-shafted clubs. Now, don't you think Old Tom would have been proud to complete this 21st century foursome? Me neither.
So, Frank, dating back to 1860, the first Open Championship ever on these very grounds.
Yeah, very ground. This is the course that was played on. Not only that, we've had the first 12 Opens were played here up until 1870. And then when Tom Morris won the belt for the 3rd time, it became his property, and he took it to St Andrews. So in 1871, there was no championship. There was nothing to play for.
Now, are you trying to tell me that, I think it were 8 players back in 1860, I think, were they all dressed like the 3 of us are? Or did they look a little better?
They were a little better, I would think.
I would hope. A little tough to play in these, though?
Well, the reason they did that was because it kept the swing neat and tidy and whatnot, and they also had all these pockets here where they kept the golf balls and whatnot in them, so that, and these days you were playing with equipment that is nothing like what we have today, but these golf balls would burst open after a hole, 2 holes, you see, so you had to make sure you had plenty of ammunition. You could never win championships if you run out of golf balls.
I know this is hallowed ground here, but could we go out here with you, maybe
let's
knock
go,
a few around?
Of course, let's go. Come on, let's go.
This could be trouble.
Nice pan.
Thank you very much. I hope the wind doesn't come up.
I got it.
Well, Frank, this is not a bad position here, but as I would say, I got a good lie, nice approach, and I see nothing up here. I see kind of like 3 marks, 3 posts. This is a blind approach here.
Well, there are a lot of blind shots at Prestwick, and that might have been one of the reasons why a lot of the top professionals in their day don't like Prestwick. They like to see where they're going, you know.
These are the Alps we're hitting.
These are the Alps we're hitting over. This is one of the original holes of the 12-hole course. It used to be the 2nd hole in the 12-hole course, and it hasn't changed all these years. It's still in its original shape.
So this is why you needed a caddy, especially here, because which of these are you going to use as a...
Well, I would suggest in the middle one, I would go slightly left of the middle one, and then take pot luck after that.
All right, I'd be really wary if I were standing right there. It could be in. it down the hill.
Great touch.
Good shot. Thank you. I hear you guys whispering. I'm not even listening to anything you got to say. La 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 la.
Oh, nice putt. There you go, Alex.
But let me finish this up. I know you guys won't give me this. No, thank you very much, Billy. Frank, how painful was that for you to watch?
Not at all. It was very exciting.
So I tell you, this has been exciting for us to be here too. I tell you that, because this is just filled with history here, and it's a kick just to be able to walk these grounds.
Delighted to have you here, and I hope you'll come back again in the future when you're better dressed.
Much better dressed. You won't have to get us out of jail this time.
I tell you what, you want to play another 18?
I'd love to. Emergency.
Hang on a minute. We don't have enough daylight.
But it's only noon. Those are pictures that will be used against them for a long, long time. This is as far as we go. The hats, and even these are uncomfortable. I don't know how they played back then. You got the nice Harpo thing going on here, though. I like it. It's good. The hats, the outfits. You ever play with the old hickory shafts?
I've hit a couple shots with them. It's like a different golf swing that you need to use. A modern golf swing doesn't work really well with.
Billy told me he hit it about 250 with one of those. That might just be Billy talking.
Billy's an extraordinary talent, though.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Meanwhile, back to the 2004 version. We lose the hats, thankfully. This is Thomas Levet, fourth shot at 12. Put his third in the swale up the ridge. So that left for bogey, Bobby.
And Skip Kendall's going to be your outright leader.
Amazing. So Levet, who played awfully well early in the day, still playing pretty well, but he's going to lose a shot at least here at 12, and it will be Skip Kendall who will have the lead here in the second round of the 133rd Open Championship. Ernie Johnson comes back after the break in a much different outfit. That's it for ING at the turn. Stay with us. More coverage here at the Open from Royal Troon.
Welcome back to the Open Championship, and as you saw and heard in At the Turn, presented by ING, Thomas Levet now has company at the top of the leaderboard in the person of Skip Kendall. Now there has been a developing story surrounding Thomas Levet. Remember on the first, hit his tee ball way left. He reportedly asked a Japanese official there if he could move that metal fencing. They said yes, and he hit his second shot, put it on, in fact, and was able to par the first hole. It was a couple holes later when the official said, look, I never told him he could do that. I said he could not do it. But the officials here at Royal Troon have said he will not be penalized. Basically a breakdown in communication there, Hal.
Yeah, I think so, but I think that's the right thing to do, because we can only do what the officials tell us we can do, and if that's the way he understood it, I think that was a correct thing. Let it stand and let's move on.
So no penalty for Thomas Levet after something that had happened way back when as the round began here in round 2 at Royal Troon. Look at Ernie Els as he plays the 18th. His second. 3 behind the leader, Skip Kendall.
Doesn't get any better than that, Ernie. Looking at that clubhouse on the 18th hole from the center of the fairway.
Sit down. Sit down.
Well played. Ernie will have a look at birdie at 18. On the tee at 16. The par 5 and Phil Mickelson. Mickelson 5 off the pace. Now the par 3 17th, and Skip Kendall
After eagling the 16th for birdie.
Looks like he's taking dead aim, Ernie.
It would be hard to be more dialed in than he is right now. Skip Kendall just a tap in for his par at the 17th. Meantime, at the 12th, this is for bogey for Thomas Levet, so he will drop out of that share of the lead. Levet at 6 under, 1 behind Skip Kendall. This is Stephen Tiley, an amateur, at the 8th. This is the hole called the Coffin. And from that camera, you can see he can't even play really toward the hole. He's just trying to get it out and let it feed a little bit. You see the amateur leaderboard there as they chase the silver medal here at Royal Troon. And for birdie, Justin Leonard. Visions of 1997.
Well, that's a nice way to finish, CJ. He kind of fought it all day long, and birdies on 16 and 18 to get back to even par for the championship.
7 behind the leader, Skip Kendall. This day began with no U.S. flags there in the top 10 for the first time since 1959. Now Skip Kendall leading the way. Justin Leonard, the 97 champion here at Troon, at even par going into the weekend. So now here is Skip Kendall, the leader, on the tee at 18. Boy, is he in the zone right now. Ernie Els for his birdie at 18.
Well, just needs to hang this just outside the edge. Back up the hill.
Not enough oomph. But clearly within striking distance with the weekend looming. Ernie Els at 4 under. The champion at Muirfield in 2002. And what a table is being set for a feast here on Saturday in round 3. Skip Kendall quietly hanging around, and then a bolt of lightning on 16 with an eagle to grab a share of the lead. And Levet with the bogey, and Kendall on top by himself. And Luke Donald right on that cut line right now. Oh, that could be a devastating miss for him.
Yeah, costly 3-putt from the front, Ernie.
He goes 4. Top 70 in ties play the weekend. Now, if Tiley makes this for par, that matches Ernie Els, who got up and down from the other bunker, but this had no chance. 78 players currently at +3 or better. Phil Mickelson's second shot at the 16th.
Opportunity here to knock it home in 2.
Will this be one of Phil's missiles? He's got 269 yards, and he can just bring it in there from the left-hand side, catch that wind and go. Oh, yeah.
Golf
Good
shot.
shot.
Outstanding stuff. Where Skip Kendall eagled to grab a share of the lead, and lefty in position to do the same thing. Kendall was from just off the green.
10th hole here. Stuart Appleby's second shot. Good shot.
Stuart Singh with a birdie opportunity at the Postage Stamp.
Out of Georgia Tech, one earlier this year in Harbortown.
Now Skip Kendall reflecting our change at the top of the leaderboard, up by one over Thomas Levet, KJ Choi, Barry Lane, Ernie Els, all in the clubhouse. What a group we have, all within striking distance of the lead. Colin Montgomery is playing number 15 and poised for a weekend move. We'll be back.
Back at 15, second shot for Colin Montgomery. 3 under for the championship.
Out of the rough. They're playing well. Ooh, is he ever? Now we know why he was staring it down. He liked what he saw.
Forget all the distractions. Ernie talked about it earlier, the marital breakup. He's at home. He's amongst friends. And it shows.
Now Thomas Levet with his third at the par 4.
Hit a poor second shot to this point. A little pitch and run across the green.
Needs a good pitch here. That's a confidence builder.
Well, coming off a bogey at the 12th, though, he needs to do something there to regain his confidence.
And the 16, these guys are feasting on the 16th now. This for Eagle or Shigeki Maruyama. Skip Kendall already eagled here. That catapulted him into the lead. And Phil Mickelson will have an eagle putt there at 16 as well. Now Skip Kendall the leader.
One of the characteristics of Skip's game, he's a very straight hitter. In fact, last year he led the circuit on the PGA Tour with 46 consecutive fairways hit. And he's found the green on the final hole. Ernie, let's take a look at the backside here at Royal Troon. The 12th hole. This is Skip Kendall for birdie.
Taking the 4 under. Move on to 14. And another birdie look
at the par 3.
So now he's in the shadow of the leader, and then it's 16
for an eagle.
Back.
And this was center cut, Ernie.
With that, he joins Thomas Levet at the top of the leaderboard at 7 under. Levet would later bogey. Kendall would have the lead outright, and now he plays 18. Went to college at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Go back to 16. Check out Phil Mickelson's birdie attempt before we see Kendall putt at the 18th.
Just got a nice read off Paul Casey's putt. This is very makeable for 3.
For eagle. One of those that winds up just behind the hole. So how'd that happen? But he taps in for his birdie.
5 under on his round today, Ernie.
A lot of eagle opportunities presenting themselves. A young fan there showing her colors.
Quite a difference, though, than the support and fans that he has over here as opposed to the U.S. Open. All the youting, go Phil.
Now the birdie putt for Maruyama.
That'll take Maruyama to +1, and now no thoughts of missing the cut. He can get his focus for the weekend.
And now to save par, Thomas Levet to remain 1 back. He had played the first 11 bogey free before a slip up on 12. Kim Felton for birdie.
That's a rare birdie. That's the most difficult hole.
Great front side out in 33.
3 under par. Look, he birdies 10 and 11. Wow.
At 15, Colin Montgomery for birdie. This to get it to 4 under.
And he does. I tell you what, I went to a golf writers dinner on Tuesday night. He spoke brilliantly. He spoke with confidence. He poked fun of himself. I think he's relaxed this week.
Yeah, maybe the most relaxed we've seen him in years, perhaps, at least in terms of the major championships. So he threatens. He is just 3 back, but it is Skip Kendall who has the lead. There's Mickelson through 16 at 3 under par. Mike Weir went out early today, had 3 straight birdies on the front side at one point and shot a 68, so he's at 3 under. Rodney Pampling, who led the Open a couple of years ago and then didn't make the cut. That was after day 1, Carnoustie that year, and how nasty it was that year at the Open Championship, of course. David Toms, even par, a 71. Chris DeMarco, trouble getting here. He had 2 different flights canceled, finally got in on Wednesday night. One wasn't canceled till 4 in the morning because of a towel that was, well, it was in one of the bathrooms in a spot it shouldn't have been in. So he got here late, not much preparation at Royal Troon. As we go to 18, Ernie.
And Skip Kendall to try to widen his lead. This is for birdie. Never a winner on the PGA Tour. Will turn 40 this September.
Was once in a playoff with Scott Simpson, Buick Invitational down in Torrey Pines.
And again this year at the Hope.
Oh, good point.
He is the leader of the Open Championship as he heads to the weekend. See if that 7 under will stand up through the rest of the afternoon. Now Phil Mickelson at the tee at 17.
Good opportunity for him to play his fade into this left-hand flag position, Laura.
It's only 6 yards from the left-hand side, so you do not want to short-side it.
Uh-oh, and that's just what he's done.
That's his 5-iron. He won't like that.
It looks like he drew a pretty good lie. That'll be the good news. He's on the upslope where he can hit that patented flop shot of his.
And now Mariama, after that short birdie putt at 16.
Well, they have to judge his breeze. It is going from their left to right, and it's kind of gusty.
What a good-looking swing he has. Love that downswing. The way he clears and holds on. Well, and that better hold on.
On the tee at 14, Thomas Levet.
Struggled with his last 2 iron shots today. This hole playing 184 yards. This is a 5-iron for Levet.
Going to come back down here. We've seen several players leave it over there.
Well, how that breeze is from the left, it's pretty tough to get the ball back to that side.
And now Paul Casey. It has been far from a memorable day for the guy who said he wanted to come out here and have fun in round 2. Co-leader coming in.
Well, that's a pretty good swing right there.
You're at 9. Stuart Singh, this for birdie. Lengthy birdie opportunity.
Boy, he is a fierce competitor. Played with him on the President's Cup team in 2000. He won a lot of points there. In fact, I think he won every point.
Comes up just shy, and we'll have that for par as you hear the jets overhead throughout the day. A unique aspect of Royal Troon with the jumbo jets flying over, and seemingly about every 5 minutes or so. Maybe not quite that close together. But Singh with the par here on day 2. So he is playing awfully well here in the second round. 4 under on his round. Skip Kendall with the 66 in the clubhouse, a 1-shot lead over Thomas Levet. Back to Royal Troon in a moment.
Time for today's IBM tournament summary. Talk about a sparkling finish. 17 and 18, you play him 2-3, Bobby. That's not bad. That's what Barry Lane
accomplished. Man who's played over 500 European Tour events. Won the British Masters earlier this year. That auto drain going,
Birdie, birdie to wrap up round 2. Talk about how the front 9 has been playing in comparison to the back 9.
Fairly equal, even though the par on the backside's one less. But look, in 97, the last time the Open Championship was played here, the stroke differential 2.5. That's 3.5 to par.
And that is your IBM tournament summary. That finish by Barry Lane, putting him at 5 under, 2 back.
And Ernie here at 14. Thomas Levet. Remember Ernie Els coming down off that bank?
Let's see if Thomas can handle it as beautifully as Ernie did. Almost.
Didn't go in, but should set him up for his par. The par 3.
Now the second for Colin Montgomery at the par 5 16th. Billy?
Well, after placing an iron short of the burn, 278, so I have to catch this and blister it and get it rolling, try to chase it on the green, and boy, that's exactly what he's done. This is really a good-looking shot.
It is reachable. Whoa.
Boy, I tell you what, Bobby, that was so hot coming out of there.
Well struck, well executed.
So Monty there in 2 on the par 5. And now let's see what Phil Mickelson can come up with here at 17, the par 3.
Well, obviously the lie not good enough. He's going with a bump and run. And Laura, that was brilliant.
Well, you have to play percentages there, and it was an excellent shot, because that was a difficult one.
Did he ever look at flopping it?
Not really.
Par putt for Felton at 12.
Man from Australia. There's 5 pro wins. Currently ranked 8th on the Asian Tour. And what a good round he's putting together.
Back again at the 17th.
Paul Casey's bid for birdie.
Now Skip Kendall has the lead here at the Open Championship, and he is with Jim Huber.
Skip, I can't imagine what's going through your mind right now, sitting atop the leaderboard after 2 rounds of the British Open.
I'm actually thinking about my son Noah back home right now. Missing him dearly. But if he's watching, hi, Noah. You know, I was real relaxed out there today. Just had a calm come over me and played real well. Had one hiccup on 11 where I hit it just to the right where it was an unplayable lie. But overall, I putted extremely well and hit some solid shots. So.
Talk about the putt at 16.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it was, you know, it was 50 feet at least. And, you know, I had a good read on it. I knew it was going to go just a little bit left and just happened to get it on line and, you know, found the hole.
That, of course, was the eagle that put you into a share of the lead at that point, and then Thomas gave one back, and that put you clear.
Well, yeah, it was nice. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time, and nor do I really care right now. It's only the halfway point. There's a long way to go. But you know, if I can continue to do what I'm doing, you know, hopefully some good things will happen this weekend and you know, get it going and play well.
I mean, it's a well-known story. You haven't won on the PGA Tour. You finished awfully close a lot of times.
Right.
What would this tournament mean to you, being your first one?
Oh, gosh. I mean, you know, the Open Championship, I think you think of as something just really worldwide. I mean, there's so many players here. I mean, I stand on the practice tee, and I really don't know half the players. So it's really a world championship, and it would be very special. Any of them would be special to me, but this, certainly in a major, would be extremely special.
Congratulations on great play. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Ernie?
Thank you, Jim. More on the mind of Skip Kendall than having the lead. Greetings to his 6-year-old son, Noah. And now Phil Mickelson for par. And that's an up and down for you right there.
That's huge. That keeps the momentum going. Oh, look at Joaquin Hagman's second shot at the par 3 8th.
Whoops.
Oh, and that could go back into his footprint. This is the same bunker Tiger Woods made triple bogey back in '97. His first Open Championship as a pro. And even though Tiger shot 64 at one round.
And you see he's 2 under for the day, 3 under for the championship, and then this happens, so this is third.
Well, the only way to play it is to try to hit it up
that's coming
beyond
back
the flag. Oh, no, and that's probably going to go back into one of the footprints. And now he doesn't have a stance.
This is going to look almost like what Ernie was faced with on this very hole, and he came up with a miraculous up and down. But Joachim Hagman was watching his round disintegrate at the Postage Stamp.
That's a good move. You got to go ahead and let the fumes out here for a second, regroup, think about your options. He has no chance, I don't believe, Hal Sutton, to get the ball even out of the bunker.
I don't think so either. He went bogey-free yesterday, too, so that shows you how fast the wheels can come off.
The tee at 18 now.
I don't think we can get through with that yet. Oh, absolutely.
With a dramatic weekend looming. Phil Mickelson, 4 off the pace.
Speaking of bogey-free, Mickelson is just that today.
You know, the weather is just awesome out here this afternoon. It's just, you know, it's here for the taking. You're hitting some good shots close to the flag sticks. You'll make some birdies.
That's fine.
Went out in 32.
Three wood can certainly be a thing. Oh, you mean a whole 3 wood? No, a whole 4 wood. You can go ahead and hit it.
He and Bones talking between 3 wood and the little stinger shot that he plays with that, or the
You don't have a problem idea? No, I don't.
or the full 4 wood. Laura, they just converse so much, really work together as a team out there.
Well, it's important. You know, there's a landing spot just short of these bunkers, or you can go ahead and hit it over it. And the breeze is, you know, once again from the sea, from his left to right. And he's planning this round, and that's really impressive.
Don't want to hit it over 300 yards here at 18.
Come on, win.
Oh, got a favorable bounce there, Laura.
Well, that, you know, and that's okay, because you get enough, might as well take the good ones.
Now you heard a roar while we saw Phil on the tee at 18, just behind there, 16th green. This is the par 5, and we saw Monty reach this point in 2.
Over the green. He likes it.
Well, Bobby, he took a long time to read that lie. Certainly played the right shot.
That waiting for his birdie. Now the 4th shot, Joachim Hagman. Now, well, you tell me.
Well,
Bobby,
there's so many
his mind
things
right now.
You know, he's probably thinking of Jeff Maggart on the 3rd hole at Augusta National last year when he had the lead of the Masters and hit the bunker shot that came back and hit him. So you don't want to hit it up against the face and have the ball come back and ricochet. It could hit you and you'd have a 2-stroke penalty. He's actually played back into the 7th fairway. It really was his only play. To play that shot left-handed and turn the blade around, you can't get enough loft to get it up over the lip. And so it was really his only option, Ernie.
We will continue to chronicle that story. Meantime, on the tee at 18, Paul Casey.
Now at least he gets to rake the bunker. Very powerful player is Casey. And we saw Mickelson, you know, early in the round take drivers off 1 and 2, and you've got different strategic options at 18. You can either play it down there at the 300 mark where the fairway's about 30 yards wide, or you can play it back at the 250 mark where the fairway's 37 yards wide, and he chose the more conservative route as we look at Joachim Hagman's 5th shot now.
At the par 3 8th, played from the 7th fairway. Are you still with us?
So he's got to get this up and down for triple bogey. And this is no easy chore. Oh, here it goes. That's a good feed. Smart shot.
We'll have that for triple.
Meanwhile, second shot at 15 for Thomas Levet.
That was from 166 there, Terry, from an old divot. He could only see the top of the flag. That ball came to rest in one of those deep swells here in the 15th fairway.
Well, that's well done, BR. That
Fantastic.
in a hollow, and it is a blind approach shot. You cannot see at least the bottom, and most of the times, many times, the top of the flagstick.
Now a par putt for Stuart Appleby at the 11th.
Talked about early in the week, some talk going around that he could, well, be now or soon the best player to never have won a major. And he talked about the importance of winning a number of other tour events as preparation to win a major. Almost as if he doesn't feel like he's quite won enough yet to win a major. Look at the train,
the railway hole.
Air to Glasgow.
Stewart's going to say, how many more cars you got here? All right, now.
He'd like to get on a birdie train right now.
This to save par.
Back to Hagman one more time for triple.
And we'll go back to Joaquim Hagman at the par 3 8.
Yeah, you may have heard.
In case you couldn't have guessed. And that's for triple bogey.
A quad at the 8th. 3 under coming to this hole.
118-yard par 3.
The more numbers you throw out about this one, the more maddening it becomes for Joachim.
The postage stamp will create a sticking memory for Joaquim Hagman.
It's going to be so hot.
Colin Montgomery did make his birdie at the 16th.
I got to fly at 80.
You got 160 to take care of that.
No, I'm talking about the well in the front edge, 77 front.
Yes. I think it's not going to get there. No, I'm planning on it bounding up. Okay.
Looks like Bones won that discussion, Laura.
They laid back way off the tee. He has 192 yards to the flagstick, but you know that's unimportant out here. He's going to bounce it up. They're really analyzing this. Sometimes I think you analyze it too much.
Yeah, I like the play off the tee.
Very conservative.
With his strength and his length. Oh, that was dangerously close to that bunker.
That brings a smile to Lefty's face as he makes his way to the 18th green and a birdie opportunity as our coverage of the 133rd Open Championship continues from Royal Troon. And what a beautiful afternoon it is here. It's dinner time, 6 o'clock in the evening, local time. Thank you for spending your day or part of your day with us back in the States. It's just a pleasure for us to be a part of this. Now Paul Casey with his second at the 18th. It has been a real struggle for the guy who was a co-leader as the day began.
One thing that's impressed me about him, you can show a lot about a player's character when they have a bad round, and I have never seen him through this round lose it. He stayed with his routine and his game plan.
But isn't it odd? He's gone from the leaders to trying to make the cut. Incredible game, golf.
Yes, it is. We look at Colin Montgomery back at the par 3 17th.
And that's a 5-iron Bobby, and just as you would suspect, right in the middle of the green.
Really, he's hit some great shots.
He really has, Ernie, and you know, not only is he playing well, but I mean, I can't believe how high his confidence is right now.
He has one earlier this year. And that certainly, every time you win, that just lifts the confidence factor up that much.
Back at 15, Thomas Levet for birdie. Went out in 2 under. Just a bogey coming home so far. No birdies, and still no birdies on the backside. But Levet keeping it at 6 under. Just one off the lead. with the tap in.
You know, Terry, you see the shadow right there? They see it so few times over here, you often wonder, I bet they think, is this somebody wanting to play through? Or
You don't know what it is, right?
You don't know.
It's not supposed to be shadows here. Skip Kendall the leader, but the headlines tomorrow, all about Monty, I'm sure.
Ernie Els, Vijay Singh, Phil Mickelson, Davis Love, Retief Goosen. These great golfers only come together at the best tournaments like the Masters, the U.S. Open, the British Open, or Tampa Bay's own Chrysler Championship. 40 of the PGA Tour's top 50. It's as good as it gets. Tickets on sale now at ChryslerChampionship.com or by phone. If you act by August 9th, you can get special valet parking at the clubhouse door. Tickets on sale soon at Cash and Carry. The Chrysler Championship.
At the 18th, Phil Mickelson for birdie.
Doesn't like it. Laura, that was a mishit putt, I believe.
Yeah, that was bad. I mean, you don't want a 3 or 4 footer for your last putt of the day.
Back at the 16th, Scott Verplank, his third on the par 5.
Plodding along. Scotty has great distance control in these wedge shots.
Check onto the green and 3 putts.
That just checks up a little bit faster than he thought.
He will have that for a chance to go to 5 under. On the tee, it's 16.
Smart play. You want to hit it up to about 270.
And
that's in good position to go for the green.
Now Paul Casey at the last. Boy, he had a stretch in here with 4 straight 5s and then a 6. Tied for the lead when the day began, and he'll have that for par to remain at 1 over. It said before the round, you can't try too hard.
And that's a good mindset. And you've seen that in him today. He's remained calm, been very patient. I think you're going to see a good round out of Paul Casey tomorrow.
So did not want to push it over the edge. Just take it shot by shot. And that sounds trite and worn out. That was his mindset coming in.
Yeah. Golf's just that way. You're not going to have a good score every day.
It's been a tough pairing. It's a battle of the Arizona State guys.
There you go. Yeah. Mickelson set all those records at Arizona State, and Paul Casey came along and broke them.
Yeah. And he wants to prove himself here now.
Exactly.
So it's been a tough pairing.
They flip-flop from Thursday's to Friday's round. And now Mariama with a birdie look.
Give this one a bit of a hit.
See a lot of putts at 18 coming up to the hole and dying, almost as if the green might be just a shade slower.
Well, it's on a little knoll on that left, on a little hill, and the players have to be aggressive.
A smile rarely leaving his face. Here's Verplank at 16, and that would have been a birdie 4. Lefty with this for par.
He has made these all day long.
And he's home. He practices these in a circle and doesn't go home till he makes 100 in a row.
Well, I'm a believer. I've watched it today, man.
Perfect.
What a difference a day makes. 2 over on Thursday and a 66 today. 3 under, 4 back, and right there.
Well, it's been hard to watch. Though momentum was not in his corner.
That for par. And I mean, this day began with him giving himself some really tough par saves.
And that can work one way or the other. If you get your swing back in groove, that can be a confidence booster. But then you keep fighting the elements, it's going to catch up to you.
Phil Mickelson, what a weekend which lies ahead. The third round tomorrow morning, 7 to 9 Eastern Time, Saturday morning on TNT. ABC picks it up at 9 a.m. Eastern till 2:30. Final round just a tad earlier for you on TNT, 6 to 8 in the East, and then 8 till conclusion with ABC Sports coverage of the final round of the Open Championship. Highlight presentation tomorrow and Sunday, 5 to 6. Also highlights tonight on ABC. Now this is Monty for birdie at 17.
I think today has been a very important round for Monty. He talked about the nerves as he teed off in the opening round. It's settled down after the first hole, and he's played some very solid golf ever since.
Par 3 at the 17th for Colin Montgomery. He's 2 back. Third shot for Thomas Levet at the 16th.
That was from 100 yards. Pretty good lie in that right-hand rough.
Well judged. About 18 feet remaining.
18 feet from a tie for the lead.
At the par 3 17th, Scott Verplank. It's a 4-iron. It's a tough shot for Scott. He likes to take the ball left to right. That left to right wind blowing on a left hole location today. Anything on the green is well done.
I can tell just by looking out the back window of the tower here that the Colin Montgomery group has reached 18. And Monty, the local hero on the tee, 2 back with the iron.
Well, just avoid that bunker on the right. Ooh, this came out low and right. Should be okay, though.
Yeah, that's a good angle into the flag.
It's well back, though, Bobby.
Yes.
I mean, that was kind of a semi-whiff.
Skip Kendall leading the way here in round 2 at 7 under. Thomas Levet playing number 16 and looking at a birdie putt. Colin Montgomery, you saw him off the tee there at 18, and the chase is on here with the weekend looming at the Open Championship. Lots of players within striking distance and a lot of big names. You can catch that after our encore presentation. Round 2 of the Open Championship. The cut projected at +3. Right now, 74 players are at +3 or better.
Well, it keeps creeping to the +4s. I don't know if it's going to get there or not.
One of those at +4, Sergio Garcia with a chance for birdie.
Certainly needing one, and he is well aware of that, I'm sure.
2 frustrating days for Sergio.
Now the second for Scott Verplank at the par 3 17th.
It looked like the ball really disappeared deep into the sniddle over there. He's going to have to open the blade, I would think, and try to chop down on it. Came out very solidly. Surprised him.
At the finishing hole, Colin Montgomery with his second.
Pretty clean lie. This from 189.
I think from there, Billy, that's a wonderful shot.
No question about it, Bobby.
Birdie try for Thomas Levet to tie for the lead.
Boy, it's been very businesslike today, Ernie. You know, he's just kind of going around, executing a lot of shots well. When he gets into trouble, he gets his focus back.
He is one behind. You see the leaderboard, Skip Kendall on top. Look at that name, third. Colin Montgomery. This Royal Troon, his home course where he learned the game and where he is revered. And he walks the 18th now, and we'll just sit back and watch it with you. Personal and professional life, always under scrutiny, and putting both together. Marital breakup, just one of the stories. He's right there in the hunt. Let's go to Jim Huber.
I have Phil Mickelson, and I guess that's a little better than yesterday, huh?
Well, I needed to do something, and I fought very hard the backside for a lot of pars after getting off to a good quick start. You have to make up your ground on the front nine, and then you just try to hang on the back, and I was able to make some good pars coming in to keep the round going.
I know you wanted to erase that +2 quickly, but 3 of the first 4 and 4 of the first 6 is pretty quick.
It was, again, those are the holes you've got to do it on, and I actually had a very good chance on 7. Had I had a little bit better bounce, I might have had 7 was a birdie hole, and I didn't do it. But those are the holes, those first 7, 8 holes you really got to take advantage of. And we talk about how tough the Postage Stamp 8 is, but it's been a birdie hole the first 2 days without the howling winds.
Mike Weir was talking earlier today about how difficult the outward 9 is for a lefty. Do you feel the same way?
No, I rather enjoy the outward 9 because there are the par 5s that you can reach, and it's a little tougher with the wind right to left. I prefer left to right wind. So I actually don't find the backside as difficult as I think some players do, but I enjoy the front 9 because that's where you've got to make up ground. I'm just trying to make pars in the back.
This has been already a magical year for Phil Mickelson, hasn't it?
It's been wonderful, yeah, it really has been.
You talk about what this would add to it. I know this takes you to another dimension, not only in your career, but as a golfer.
Well, we're jumping ahead. This is a wonderful Friday night. I got myself back into the tournament, but I'm still trailing by 4 strokes, and I'm hoping that the golf course picks up with wind and that it gets more difficult because I want this championship to play the way that a normal British Open championship plays, which is very hard, fighting for pars on all the holes. And right now I feel like even though I fought hard today, the course was there for the taking.
Great play today. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Ernie?
All right, thank you, Jim and Phil. And the par putt for Scott Verplank at the 17th.
Actually, 3 well-executed shots for Scott Verplank, and the result, a bogey.
Now the second for Stuart Appleby at the 13th.
.472-yard 13th. Well done.
From the Firth of Clyde, we pan across the first fairway and to the 18th green in the clubhouse at Royal Troon, and one of those grandstands will be jam-packed during the weekend. If you think the roar for Colin Montgomery was something today, imagine if he is lurking late Saturday or Sunday afternoon.
You know, this is a time in his career that kind of public appreciation and support could really go a long way for Colin. I think that was a very emotional walk for him coming up 18th. You know, Hal, as you get on in years on the tour as a professional player, certainly you don't have the energy level that you had early in your youth, and that kind of support goes a long way to make a player increase his discipline level, want it more. What do you think?
I think so, Bobby. I think, you know, he's probably in a time in his life when he's wondering if the world's down on him a little bit or things don't seem to be going his way, and to get that kind of appreciation has to be uplifting. His speech the other night said that. I think he's primed for doing something good this weekend.
He had to qualify. We'll get to that in a second as you see his birdie putt on the way. He had to qualify to get in the field here at Sunnydale. Did it in a playoff, and in fact said, you know what? That's the first decent thing that's happened to me in a long time on a golf course. And he is making the most of his appearance here at Royal Troon.
And back at the 17th hole, Thomas Levet, trailing by 1.
This hole playing 217 yards today. That's a 4-iron for Levet. Pretty good breeze from the left.
That's to whoa.
I think anything on this green, Bobby, is a pretty good shot today.
No, that was a well-struck shot, Billy Ray.
There's Stuart Appleby at the 13th. Trying to get it to 3 under. Lengthy effort.
One earlier in the year at the Mercedes. What a great fall finish he had into last season. And really credited a new putter to that. He was just rolling the eyes out of the ball toward the end of the season and the start of the year.
Now Colin Montgomery for par at the 18th. I know he made a big par putt yesterday to close his round, the difference between a 69 and a 70. And you know that walking away from the 18th with par here would be huge for him.
Not an easy little putt.
No, it really isn't, Bobby. It'd be easy to lose this one on the right-hand side.
That, exactly as you put it, Billy. Now that stings a little bit. But just 3 off the pace.
And he talked about yesterday the difference psychologically between shooting 70 and 69.
Colin Montgomery in the hunt with the weekend approaching. At the 17th, Thomas Levet for birdie.
Kendall.
And now that for par to remain 1 behind Skip Kendall.
Don't want to get in a defensive frame of mind. You get around the lead, stay aggressive.
First page of the leaderboard has Skip Kendall at the top. Thomas Levet a stroke back, trying to stay there with a par putt on 17. See KJ Choi and Barry Lane at 5 under par. Phil Mickelson at 3. You see him along with Retief, Goosen, and Mike Weir, major champions all. And the name there at the top of that page, Todd Hamilton. Played a lot on the Japan tour, and he authored the shot of the day, brought to you by Foster's at the 7th.
Hitting a sand wedge just over 120 yards. Even read the break right, Ernie.
That's an eagle at the 7th by Todd Hamilton. Our Foster's shot of the day. At the 18th, Scott Verplank.
And again, a difficult win and a difficult hole location for Scott, who likes to move the ball left to right. I look for him to start this ball at the flag and let it drift toward the center of the green.
Thomas Levet did make his par at 17.
That's a good shot. Just what he had in mind.
Stuart Appleby on the tee at 14. 2 under going out. Bogey and a birdie included in his back nine so far, so he's at 2 under overall.
A lot of guys have lost this shot to the right side of the green today. I think the wind is causing that. Not Stewart.
Use every bit of it, including the land. Well, they do say the game over here is played on the ground, not in the air.
They do say that. I never figured that out, Terry.
It's not easy to do that.
Watch me play, Terry. I'll show you how to play on the ground.
We're talking on purpose. Intentionally.
Charles Howell at the 16th.
Needing this just to get on the cut line.
So he is +3. And 1 under for the day.
The Irishman, Padraig Harrington, on the tee at 14. People picking him a couple of weeks ago at the U.S. Open after playing so well at Westchester. Remember, he was in that playoff with Rory Sabatini and Sergio Garcia. Sergio won that. That will not be easy.
He will not like that one.
Now, this is something Sergio could use, a birdie putt of this length.
You even make most of those, Ernie.
Enough on my game. Even for the day. 4 over for the championship.